in prizes like gift cards, thousands of dollars in cash prizes, or a 2017 Dodge Ram. Get a Super 73 striped and match card with any deal, like 2 medium 2-topper pizzas, 4 free cans of Coke, and 2 dips for just $22, and your chance to win. Keep the 73. And fun.
Adieu to all new and existing customers. Free energy for your home this January.
From our family to yours, Merry Christmas.
Sign up at ATCOenergy.com. Some conditions apply. ATCO, always there, anywhere.
Kiss me country of 3.9.
Oh, shoot.
Today's country. Great throwbacks. Where Edmonton gets his country.
Find your game at sportsnet.ca/schedule.
Hockey Central bringing you all the goods. Colby Armstrong and David Amber, an absolutely busy and happy night in the NHL. 9 games on top, 5 Canadian teams, tons of goals. Here we go. Check this out. Starting with the Canadians and the Blues in St. Louis. First period, Thomas Buchanan throws it on net. The rebound goes from Hallmeyer. Look at him dip to get to the net. Right off the check. Has a bit of a lucky one. Gets it past.
Oh, they can score on themselves.
Yeah, pretty much. Rangers and Hunters. Always a great rivalry. Rangers and the Hunters fighting for first in the NHL. 2-0 Isles until this. Jimmy Vesey, the great rookie, 9th of the year. It's a 2-1 game, and then Andrew Ladd empty. Net 3-1, but I can tell you Mark Swallace scored. It's now 3-2 Isles on top. Of note, Rick Nash, as well as Matt Puckle, have left this game with injuries. Rangers down to 10 forwards. Panthers and Flyers in Philadelphia. Flyers have won 5 straight. A big part of that. This guy, Wayne Simmons. One guy.
He is. You got to catch up, but he is feeling it. Simmons is feeling it.
He was feeling it there on the power play. He's feeling it yet again in front of the net. A nice tip job over Reimer. 2-1 Fly Guys on top.
Nobody better than Wayne Simmons in front.
Really?
I believe
These
so.
are good. Red Wings and Jets in Winnipeg. Here come the Jets. Tied at 1. Line A, the beautiful soft Bufflin upstairs on Mrazek. Are you kidding me? That's a nice combo. And then more lining. Tied with Sidney Crosby. 17 for the year.
I did not expect Laine to be doing that this year. Now we see him getting those nice assists. Oh my God.
He is sensational. They're looking for a third string win. How about the Canucks and the Devils? Taylor Hall gets things started. All sorts of time off the pipe and beat. Time off to get for the Canucks. Daniel Sedin. Every team takes off.
All right, we gotta go. It's bath time.
Scary moment. Taylor Hall demolishes Philip Larson behind the net. Larson's out cold. And then this is scary right here. This is the worst part. Watch Larson's head. Skates coming awfully close to his face. Taken off on a stretcher. A very scary moment. Lance hoping he'll be okay. No penalty on that play. And then Paul hit Larson. Gets it over to Palmieri. The power play goal. It was 2-1 Devils. It's now 3-1 Devils after 40 minutes. There's no update immediately on Philip Larson's condition. We wish him the best of luck in that situation. There was no penalty on the play. What did you make of it?
Yeah, there was no penalty on the play. Look on the hit when I watched it. It looks like he gets a little sleepy rim, and Larson doesn't take a chance a time to look up and see Paul coming in who read the play. It kind of came in, not with a ton of speed, but definitely ran him over. And the first thing I thought of, and not making light of the hit, but this is the first thing I thought of, was this big Wendell Clark
Hola. You got a handful of candy?
The black one is like or the leaf one is like black licorice. The other one's banana. If you pull one out, there's a bite mark in it. I bit a piece into it, and then
Now I'm making noise. So now we're featured on the.
That won't come off you until someone else talks.
Yep, exactly. I was just talking because my wife's in the living room and she gets all upset when the camera goes on and you can see she doesn't want to be seen on the camera.
That won't come off you until someone else talks.
Yep, exactly. I was just talking because my wife's in the living room and she gets all upset when the camera goes on and you can see like she doesn't want to be seen on the camera. Hello. Hello, please. Hello. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, this is the live one, and then it's also on YouTube cast. That's how it works. It streams to both at the same time. Like it stays live on the Hangouts and it's live on YouTube. I think there's like a second or two delay or something, but it saves it on YouTube. Yep.
Hey,
Hey, Andrew.
how's it going?
Not bad.
You can tell them about your candies.
Are we the only ones actually in here?
Yeah, Paul was here, but I think Ryan's there. He chimed in for a split second earlier, so he's there. He can see us. He's just not active on his side.
Okay, just checking.
My wife just crawled under the webcam to go to the bathroom. Oh, it's great. I got to get a USB extension for this damn thing. I keep forgetting about it every weekend. Which one of these things is the microphone adjustment? Hold on. Tell me if I get quieter. Am I getting quieter? Am I getting quieter? Am I getting quieter? Am I getting quieter?
Nope.
No?
Not for me.
How about now? How about now? How about now? How about now? How about now?
Nope.
No? I thought one of these controls that. What about now? Is that quieter?
I can't really tell.
Hello, 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 hello.
There we go. Now it's going
Okay.
down.
Okay, so then this thing's got a 2 setting for microphone volume, but there's 3 volume knobs, and I don't know what those do then. It seems like it just affects my headsets. My headset volume. Hold on, let me see if this makes a difference. Does this change the volume at all? Is it going up or down at all?
Not that I can tell. No.
Hello, 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 hello. Nope, see, that just lowered your volume.
Okay. Well, at least you know where that setting is.
I don't know, this thing's goofy. It's a Turtle Beach. It's got like a little...
Yeah. I figured by the size of that thing, it's an older model probably.
Yeah, they were at
Or-
GameStop. It's a PX22.
Or it's one of the more expensive ones. I don't know.
I think it was like $100 plus set when it came out, but GameStop has had them on their refurbished ones, and they're like $45, and it's a pretty decent headset. I haven't seen one in a little while. I got mine like, I guess, what, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, but I haven't seen one since. Now they're up to like PX 24 or 26 or something like that. I was playing some, trying to get into Bloodborne earlier.
How'd that go?
I can't. I don't know. I was never a huge fan of Devil May Cry or God of War. I know you're a big God of War fan.
Not
And
a huge God of War fan. Like, I'm not frantic about it, but I do like the series.
I can't get into that third person hack and slash like that. Like Bloodborne is. Bloodborne, I guess, is very similar in control style.
I wouldn't say that. It's much closer to, obviously, the Souls games.
Yeah.
More offense focused, though.
Okay. Yeah, I listened to the Kane and Rince podcast today for Bloodborne, and because I bought it on Black Friday, and I was trying to play it, and I couldn't get into it. I couldn't get past the introduction. And then I was like, you know what? After listening to the podcast, it sounds like it's a really cool game. Let me try again. And so I got back into it, and I figured out kind of what I was doing. And now I don't know, maybe half an hour or 45 minutes into it, but it's not grabbing me. It's kind of boring.
I can see that. It takes a while to get going, and then you just die repeatedly.
That's what I can't wrap my head around. Is I don't mind dying a whole lot. I hate having to redo things.
Yeah, it's like I don't mind dying on the boss as long as I restart at the boss.
Yeah, or like if I'm gonna respawn at my checkpoint, have the guys that I just killed 3 seconds ago still be dead, but it respawns.
For this game, I understand
everything.
why they're not, but it's not spawning closer to the boss that really got me, because I think I played about 4 hours before I got to the first boss. Then I immediately died, and then I went back to the beginning of the game, and it's like, okay.
Ugh. Yeah, that's not cool. I killed probably the same 10 enemies like 15 times before I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm done with this for now.
I think the good way for me to put it, I don't know if it applies for you, but it's like, I get it, but I'm not into it.
That's exactly it. Like I could see the appeal for people because it does have pretty nice strategic combat. Like you got to throw a couple blows and then dodge and block and then throw a couple blows.
The mechanics are great.
Yeah.
I have to be in a very specific mood to get into that. If I were to get into it.
I think I'm going to throw little pieces at it like I did tonight, like an hour at a time kind of deal.
Yeah.
I was playing, I played Worms Weapons of Mass Destruction on PS4. I dumped a couple hours into that today.
I've never gotten into the Worms games.
Oh, I love them. I don't know why. They're so, you know what it is? I remember playing, it was called Tank Wars, and it was a DOS game, and it's basically Worms, but it was the first Worms, where you just had two very simple square tanks with a little gun turret on the top. And you had a series of 5 or 10 different weapons like nuke, mini nuke, mega nuke, homing missiles. And it was just very basic, like single color land with 2 different colored tanks. And that was it. And I played the hell out of that as a kid. And so this is it's just like it, except fancy. Although I do like the Worms 3D game, I think a little bit more on like GameCube, PS2.
Which one?
Worms 3D.
Oh. Yeah, I haven't played that one either.
The 2D games, the 2D ones are a little too easy for me.
Yeah, sorry. I'm mostly listening. I'm just replying to something in the chat.
Oh, you see, that's the other thing is like, so Hangouts is open. So how do you do that? Do you keep just chat like kind of small and off to the side?
You can. There's a split thing that you can do on Mac. You can probably do it on PC as well. I think they did it first, to be perfectly honest. But I just split it to the side and shrink it. So this video is large, and that's just a very tiny corner of the screen.
Okay, yeah. You know what? I think that's what I'm going to do. I got to get this out of... Yeah, so open it in a new window and make the window small and kind of set it off to the side there.
Yeah. You said it's like a snap thing that I do?
Yeah.
Don't know if you can do that with your setup. Pretty sure PC has that, though.
And then what, do you just pause YouTube?
Yeah, I do.
Really a half screen? Because if you do a half screen, you can just minimize. For PC, you talking about?
I'm doing it on Mac, but
Because you
You
can
always
just
set it up
drag it to
as-
the left and minimize and drag to the left, and it'll have half screen if you want to do that way. You could do 2 screens that way on one screen.
Hmm.
You just minimize it so it's a smaller box, and then drag it all the way to the left or the right, and then that half will be wherever you decide you drag it to will make it half the size of the screen.
Yeah. Don't know the process for PC, but that's what I do on Mac. The only downside is I use Chrome because it's the best one for that I've found. But the snapped out chat window, when it's split into the corner, if I go to the top, I can no longer see the buttons to get rid of it. So I literally have to quit Chrome in order to reset anything.
Oh, there we go. That's kind of decent. But now my Google Hangouts window's slightly smaller.
Can you just drag for size?
Yeah, but as I scale like out the whole window for Google Hangouts, and it has the you know what? This will work. I'll do it this way. Yeah, it like letterboxes the Hangouts.
Mm.
You get a black bar across the top. It shrinks it down. That's okay. It looks pretty good though. This works. Now I can actually talk to people on YouTube.
On the
YouTubies. I think I'm going to work on my list tonight while we're hanging out.
Yeah, I might do that too.
Let's do some influencing here.
I got 9
What's
days
your number
left.
one? Let me.
Got 9 days left to get this thing together.
I couldn't even hazard a guess as to what my number one is because I just don't think about favorites. It's going to be very interesting to see what mine is.
I got my top 25 is probably done.
Mhm.
Like I already have those games. Those are dead set. It's all the other stuff that I'm trying to fill in.
I'm just gonna mix. I'm gonna add 2 games that I didn't have previously to my list because my list is done right now. But I want to add 2 games that aren't on my list, so there's gonna be some moving around, and I think I need to reorder a couple of games. So, I mean, it'll be done in time, but I just want to. Like I said, I was just talking about it, and I forgot a couple games that I completely missed, and I know they need to be on my list. So.
I need to shut down the PS4. If I'm paying attention to that, I'm not going to pay attention to doing my list.
Skyrim still?
Nah, I was like, I was telling Fitnat I was playing. I tried to get into Bloodborne earlier today, and it's not grabbing me. So I switched over to Worms: Weapons of Mass Destruction on PS4. And I played that for a couple hours, and then I just threw in Diablo 3 to check and see if there was an update because I heard there was one coming, and it hasn't happened yet apparently. So now I'm shutting it down. Yeah, Bloodborne just didn't grab me.
Not for everybody, that's for sure.
Yeah, everybody raves about the Souls games too.
Yeah, I get it. I just can't get into them. And the annoying thing is I have most of them except for Dark Souls 3.
Yeah, I think I have Dark Souls 2 on PS3.
Yeah, one of them I got for free. The rest I actually spent money on. Demon Souls I bought back when a little bit after that came out. And then, yeah, just...
Hello, Mars.
Yeah. Hey.
What's up, Kevin?
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Nice to see you checking from work finally. It's been a while.
Hey. Tell me how Super Metroid is overrated. I want to hear this story.
Which game is? Super Metroid?
Well,
Super Metroid. I only logged in for this story. I want to hear this. I got my cup of tea here. I'm ready.
It's not very exciting, but I'll tell you it. I got a Super Nintendo late in its life cycle. So I never got to experience Super Metroid.
No. I want to hear how Super Metroid is overrated. I don't want to hear what you got. All right.
I'm telling you how, for me, it's overrated.
Okay. Oh, for you.
For me.
For you, it's overrated.
Yes.
I don't think you understand what overrated means.
Oh, I do.
You keep using that word.
Well, like I said, I got it late. And I got it late in its life cycle. I never experienced Super Metroid because I'm not a fan of Metroid on the NES. So that's why I completely skipped it on the Super Nintendo. and
Okay.
and I got it a couple of years ago, and the only time I've really played it never really synced me in. I never finished it yet, and it just never grasped me yet as playing why I think when people state that it's the best game of all time, it just really hasn't sunk into me. It's not bad, and that's why I think you're getting all get your panties in a bunch, because I don't think it's bad. It's just I think
No,
it's overrated.
no, that's fine. I think you're using the term overrated wrong.
Why is
Yeah,
that?
You're saying the game
Well-
itself is overrated rather than saying it's not for you.
Right, exactly. That doesn't mean overrated. Like overrated was to me like Uncharted is overrated. I could say that, and if you ask me why, I'll say because there's nothing in that game defines what it is. Like it's just it's a product of its time, and it's all stuff that's been done in other video games before.
Sure.
You know, like the cover mechanics are from Gears of War. The climbing and all that stuff is from the Tomb Raider games. There's nothing really genre defining that it's done that's unique in its gameplay.
Yeah, but it does those things well for what it's doing.
It does. Right,
I can
yes.
still understand where you're coming from. It's like, yeah, those are good games, but they are a little overrated. They're not like the epic,
Right.
absolute end-all be-all of video games like a lot of people talk about them as.
Right.
But they're still
like,
really good.
To me, Super Metroid is a 10 out of 10 because part of it is it started its own genre.
Mhm.
Right? Like how many games out there have started their own genre? That's a 10 out of 10. Uncharted is like an 8 out of 10. But many publications will give it a 10 out of 10. And I think that's disrespectful to something like Super Metroid, which deserves a 10 out of 10. You know what I mean? Not that there's anything wrong with Uncharted. It's just it doesn't deserve those 2 extra points. You know what I mean?
As much as I love it, Earthbound is overrated. For those,
I would agree because there's really nothing in that game that is done. I mean, it's a unique, quirky game that a lot of people find fun.
very basic RPG.
Yeah, there's really nothing much to it other than
And
that.
I love it, but it's definitely one of those games just like that where technically it's overrated.
Yeah.
Right. So I would agree with that.
Well,
but Super Metroid, it started its own genre, man.
Well, actually, technically, Metroid did, and that's Super Metroid did.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can almost argue that, but I wouldn't have any actual data to back that up. But I feel like you could probably argue that in some way. But I get where you're coming from with that too.
There's so many games that took inspiration from, like, not that it.
Yeah.
Okay, it wasn't the first of its kind, but
so. But would you say overrated means
popularized the genre?
Would you say overrated? I guess you could say. What I'm trying to say is it's not bad. I just think with all the praise that it gets these days, I think it's a little overrated, and that's what I'm saying. I know you're saying I'm using the words wrong, but I think I'm using the same exact way as you're saying. Uncharted's overrated. For me,
you can't give me a reason.
Overrated, and one of those things is
it just hasn't sunk into me. Basically, where I understand that's probably your favorite game of all time, but for me, like it just doesn't hook me. It doesn't,
Yeah, doing a little list baiting there.
Well, Mariah Carey agrees with me in the chat.
I see
she
that.
plays nothing but Super Metroid back in 1994. So take that, rocket sauce.
I got a A-list celebrity here.
Just as another example. Just as another example to the discussion. I was kind of agreeing with you on your story, Rocket, up to a point in terms of like being basically the same thing. I agreed with you in general, but for similar to my coming up with the game, up until not liking Metroid on the NES, it was the same because I hadn't played Metroid on the NES up to that point. I got the Super Nintendo late. I never played Super Metroid. I don't think I played a Metroid game until Metroid Prime. But then the Cartridge Club had the month for Super Metroid, and I played that, and I really enjoyed it. I can't think of a single flaw in that game. If I went back, I might be able to find one, but
I plan to revisit it, but I want to beat Metroid 2 first because I'm never gonna probably beat Metroid on the NES. I've tried and I just don't like it. I like Zero Mission a lot.
Metroid, the original Metroid. So this is where you were saying that if you were going to say that Metroid on the NES was the originator, and so that Super Metroid is overrated compared. But Metroid it set the ground for it, but Super Metroid expanded on it and made it what it is. because it's basically almost it's almost the same game essentially.
Yeah,
but
except it has no map.
expanded in every way. Environmentally, graphically, mechanically, it's just an expanded version. So that would be probably the go-to version of Metroid, not the original.
Yeah,
I would say.
I think the original Metroid is fine if you have a map, and I play it with a map every time. I don't care if that's cheating or what. To me, it's unplayable without a map unless you start making your own map. But
I tried to make my own, and it doesn't work.
Especially if you're a kid and you get Metroid as a kid, basically, and you go from playing something like a Mario where it's very simple. You go. I remember because I got Metroid when I was like 6 or 8 years old. Basically, when I got my NES, it came. I got like a hand-me-down gift set from NES games, and I was like,
"That's what Nintendo did back in the day, right? Like that was in order to get you to buy Nintendo Power or call the hotline to get tips, and also like to promote like kids talking about the games in schoolyard. Hey, did you get to this part? How do I get to that part? It was all product of its time, kind of thing.
Yeah,
and back then when you could only probably usually have one game at a time or like a couple games, but very far separated. I can see getting to that game easier because you have to play it in a way. Not to say it's bad, but like you are more invested in that single game rather than going, this isn't for me, I'm going to go play something else because you don't really have that option.
And I totally see that for Metroid. I totally get that. I play it, I like it, but I am, I'm willing to look past the parts that haven't aged well, and it's part of my right. But Super Metroid, I think, is translated over time well. Like the map system still. Yeah, there's still some things that are like the map could be a little more clear. There's sometimes where like two blocks are kind of squished together. And it's like, can I go that way or not?
Yeah,
little things like that.
And having people having trouble with the jumping off the walls. That wasn't a slight against anybody. I was just saying that that's a general thing that's hard to get used to in terms of how the game's aged.
Yeah, that's just a little skill. That just takes some practice. I think the game doesn't
stretching to find any problem with Metroid, Super Metroid.
Right. Yeah. Like the game doesn't really explain the wall jumping too well, and if you don't have the manual, like you have to hit the buttons in sequence. Like you got to hit left or whatever away from the wall and then jump.
Other games,
and it's like a timing thing. Right. But in the game itself, when you see the little guys jumping up and down, it looks like you just press the buttons at the same time, and it's really not what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Anyways, I just wanted to bust the Rocket Sauce's chops.
Yeah.
He was saying some crazy things on some podcast of how it's overrated, and I was like, what? What are you talking about?
Actually, I'll say, not to say that you have to like Super Metroid as far as this example goes, and that you're just not playing it right, or you have to play more of it. If you don't like it, that's fine. But for me, what you're saying sounds like what I was saying about Castlevania Symphony of the Night before I really gave that another shot without my bias. Just because I kept hearing people saying this is the best game, and I had played the only one I had played before was Super Castlevania 4, and that was perfect to me. And then I started playing that. I'm like, yeah, it's different, and I didn't really get the hype of it. And I went into it super overhyped, and then I went back to it later, saying I'm gonna put my opinions on the game and all the hype over to the side, and I'm gonna enjoy it for what it is. And I ended up loving the game. It still may not be my favorite Castlevania, but it's really good.
Yeah.
I'm saying that just kind of sounds like what you're saying for Super Metroid, like where you're kind of reacting to it a little too negatively because of all the hype towards it. That's fine. But that's just
I find like games like Metroid and Symphony of the Night. I would say that I find them a little intimidating because I don't know what I'm doing, like where to go, or so it's like it gets frustrating. Like I get lost in the games basically, and it's like, all right, I'm going over the same paths back and forth, and some people think that's fun. They love, exploring every little nook and cranny. And to me, it's just utterly frustrating. Like I just started up Symphony of the Night again to try that one out because my one buddy recommended that over Super Metroid. Because I said, which one should I go with first? And he goes, let's go with Symphony first. He told me you just preferred it. So I was doing it, and I made it to like the first boss. I would say I think it is the first boss. Maybe it's a sub boss. It's like the 2 demon thing or something like that, where there's like
Yeah,
one picks up the ground one and drops them.
Yeah, the flying one and the other guy. I don't remember their names.
But like I made it there with like virtually no health basically, and it's like so I'm like Jesus, this is really tough to beat these guys. And then eventually I just put in a guide real quick to see like if there's a strategy to beat it, and then turns out in the strategy, like I need a guide to play these games, and that's another like turn off for me, because like the guy showed, he's like, oh, there's like 8 power-ups before you can fight that first boss, and then you can actually not worry about fighting the boss. You can just go right through it.
Hey,
hint,
you can level in Symphony of the Night. Do so. It makes the game much easier.
But
Symphony of the Night is also more intimidating without a guide. I didn't use a guide for either game, but I can see needing to use one.
But then I'm going from playing Castlevania, which is one of my favorite games on the original NES, and there's nothing like it basically. And it's like that's like very, I don't know, it's just a turnoff. I understand. I plan to play the game, but I know I'm gonna need a guide to play that game, and that's very, it's a turnoff for me to play a game like that. I don't want to.
Yeah,
I want to just sit back and enjoy the game.
You don't need a guide, but it can be helpful.
Yeah.
If you personally
But don't
need
you
one, that's fine.
Don't you spend hours knocking on doors in Shenmue trying to find your dad?
Yeah, but they at least give you clues. They don't give you any clues in those games. You just gotta keep exploring everything.
Clues. Every door's locked.
No.
Maybe they're out. Well, let's go next door.
No, you just go ask. You just go ask somebody for a clue, and then they tell you like, oh, okay, you're looking for sailors. They say sailors go by this bar at night, so you go to that bar at night, and then you ask around, and then something comes out of it. So it's
I'll pass on the Shenmue. I'd rather play Symphony of the Night or Super Metroid.
I'd rather play.
Nobody was talking to you, Yoshi.
It must be.
Yeah, apparently that's cheating though. If you're leveling up in Symphony of the Night.
Really?
If you're over leveling in Symphony of the Night.
Oh, I over level and everything. What are you talking about?
Well, didn't Dean leave his PlayStation 1 on for like 3 days with an elastic band tied around the
I think
controller?
It was overnight with like a rubber band on, like whatever this regular attack button, because the skeletons kept respawning. So
yeah, you get like
recent games.
1 point or something.
I've done that before.
I don't think that's cheating personally, but
That's not cheating.
It isn't like Dragon Warrior where you basically have to.
Yeah.
Well, what was it? I know Final Fantasy VI has one of those cheats where if you can manage to get the one button held down on the controller, you'll go around in a loop over and over and over, and there's planned battles, so you can just let it sit overnight and then come back and be like, hey, my characters were like level 10 when I left, and now they're like level 40. Oh, great. That doesn't help the characters not in the party.
Yeah.
So, Mars, do you think Symphony of the Night is a 10 out of 10? Or because it doesn't, didn't invent that genre, it doesn't deserve that a 10 out of 10 award for it?
I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I haven't played it since we did it in the Cartridge Club. But I enjoy that game. I think it's good.
You could say Shenmue is a 10 out of 10 because it's a 100% original, complete game. There's no other style game like it. A lot of games copied it.
There's probably reasons for that. Probably reasons why nobody did that game before.
But no, but a lot of games have copied it since.
Like what?
Like Resident Evil 4 Resident Evil 4 copied QuickTime events.
I'm trying to think of another game.
Thanking Shenmue for inventing QuickTime events.
I actually liked QuickTime events personally.
Dragon's Lair invented QuickTime events.
Actually, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of another game where you go knocking on door to door. All you get is maybe they're out, and then you're next door.
Girl Scout Simulator. Girl Scout Cookie Simulator.
Hey, trademark that. That could be an Android game right there.
VR.
I don't know if you go
cookies.
On
Do you need it?
I don't know if you go knocking on doors in any of the Yakuza games, but I know you go looking for cats in the red light district, and you're trying to find one that has a birthmark that looks like Italy on a map.
Cats with birthmarks.
Cats.
Pussy.
Actual cats.
Red light district.
Fitnat, always looking for pussy, eh?
There we go.
There is definitely a joke in there. There's definitely a joke in there. I just found that side quest amusing, and I know you're taking great pleasure in trolling me.
Hey, so Fitnat, on your Twitter, it says that you're a metalhead, and I never hear you talk about metal.
Yeah, I actually was thinking about changing that before. It's not that I don't like metal now, it's just I don't really talk about it. I'm into other stuff more than music now. I was into music more so then. I still like it. It's
who were you?
Not really.
Who were your top bands?
Again, I don't know if I have favorites, but
Who do you think's the most overrated?
Everybody.
Overrated
Kiss.
Metallica. I listen to a ton of
No.
Metallica.
Okay, that's it.
I think I've burnt
I can only do this
myself out
once
on
today.
Metallica. I think I've burnt
Come
myself
on.
out on Metallica, to be fair. I think
AC/DC.
they're
Okay.
a good band.
No,
They're
shut
a
up.
good band. But I think they are given a little bit too much credit. They're still great, though, for certain albums. But anyway.
But they started that whole LA thrash scene. Like that, they started their own genre of music as well.
Well, couldn't you say Motorhead was before them, or no?
Motorhead was, yeah, and definitely influential, but they were more of a punk kind of sound to them. Like Metallica really started that, like thrash metal.
Yeah.
The big four came out from that LA scene, but started it all. Like Dave Mustaine was in that band too.
Maybe it would be better to say they're overrated now.
Yeah.
Just they haven't really been all that great for a long time. Like their newer stuff.
Well, I like Death Magnetic. This latest album is okay. There's some good tracks on it.
The latest album is fine. I think that's just most things after James Hetfield messed up his voice. I don't really like as much. I like some stuff on Load and Reload.
I was
I'm gonna give you the
some.
I really like S&M as the last one. I really like the best personally.
I'm gonna give you the old school, the old school metal fan hat thing, and tell you anything that came after the Black Album by Metallica is shit. And even the Black Album is when they started to turn the shit.
Yoshi's a metalhead.
Except for calling it shit, I would agree with you. I don't think it's shit. It's just not that as good or not that great, depending on the album.
It depends on what type of music you were wanting to hear. If you want to hear like weird alternative rock stuff, yeah, later Metallica's fine. If you wanted to listen to metal, anything after the Black Album is crap.
Well, Death Magnetic was good, and
I didn't
Garage.
like Death Magnetic. To be honest with you, I didn't like that album.
I hated
There's some good tunes on there.
Sorry, I'm giving you.
What about the Garage? What about Garage Inc? Garage Inc had a lot of good tunes on it.
Just cover
Actually,
tunes.
I think the first metal song I heard
Misfit
that
jams
actually
in there.
really turned me on to heavy metal was their cover of Whiskey in the Jar.
Oh,
I remember hearing that. And
yeah,
that
say oh after the end of it.
made me click into being a metalhead. And I'll go back and say, I'm not like deliberately trying to shit on Metallica specifically. It's just when you said who do I think is overrated, that's the first thing that came to mind.
Yep.
I don't know. I really do like Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, Master of Puppets, Justice for All.
Yeah, the first
Black
few
Album,
fantastic.
Load's okay, Reload's okay.
I don't know.
S&M's pretty good. But after
I think-
S&M, there's nothing really. After Newstead left, I kind of lost interest in Metallica.
I think Ride the
Are you
Lightning
guys hearing
might
me
be my
okay?
favorite one out of their albums.
Yep. Cool. I'm gonna try to multitask here. I'm gonna live stream the Cartridge Club Game of the Month and talk to you guys
On
as
Twitch?
You are
Twitch as
crazy.
So you won't be able to
man.
see me because I only got one camera and I can only like do it.
We'll switch over to your Twitch page now. We can see you that way.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that. I've got enough stuff running already.
You could have dueling Twitch feeds, and I could play Final Fantasy 15 for you guys.
Oh dear.
But you
I
can
don't
do
think
that
I
in your
did
Xbox
that.
though,
Those
right?
people's connections.
Or you gotta face your camera towards the television.
Oh, I'm sure my connection's fine now.
I'm talking about Musty though.
Streaming now. We'll have to see if I like drop frames or anything. I don't know. Come check it out and see what it looks like.
For the most part though, Mars, I was really just trying to bait you a little bit.
Anyway.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to do.
I have a CDX being shipped to me, so I can reverse engineer the power PCB. So I can make the one I have here work, and then ship both of them away.
See, Yoshi's still speaking a different language than the rest of us.
Yoshi's
Always.
law to talk.
Always.
Yeah, that's a very specific reference.
I'm
So
tired
big.
of working on
So,
things.
Fitnat, you told me who you don't like and who you thought was overrated. Give me one good band. Give me a good metal band. Just one. Come on.
One?
Yeah.
There's like the two obvious options, and I think I'd have to go with, for me personally, Judas Priest.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah. The other choice for like obvious ones is obviously Iron Maiden. Love Iron Maiden.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
I'm more into Judas Priest though, at least now.
Yeah.
I was more into Iron Maiden before.
Okay. But see, you could
Pantera.
argue that Judas Priest
Yes.
hasn't done anything lately really
Yeah.
that great. They sort of live off of their old albums as well.
They took longer to fall off the wagon, in my opinion, but still. That was just my opinion. I still think Metallica's great. If you like their new stuff, fine. It's just for me, they're... going back to the argument of overrated versus not for me. Their newer stuff's not for me. I think I burnt myself a little bit out on them, listening to them way too much at the time. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Pantera.
Yeah, I actually
Pantera's good
started
too.
getting into Pantera a little more recently, like last year or two. I would probably only really listen to Cowboys from Hell, but I started getting into the second album a little bit.
Second album's good. Third one is good too. The Southern to Kill one, that's when they started to lose me. That one was a little too much for me.
Yeah, a little much.
But,
They go a little too far into the growl vocals and all that.
yeah, and they lose, like, I don't know, they had this swing, in the first three
Yeah.
albums, and that,
Yeah,
I don't
they
know what was
basically-
going on.
I think they basically originated the subgenre of groove metal, which is a lot of what Lamb of God goes off of.
I love Lamb of God.
So do I.
I've seen Lamb of God like 3 times.
Yeah.
I wish I had seen Lamb of God.
I'm a
in
big Lamb of
concert.
God fan, a big In Flames fan.
Yes.
Children of Bodom. There's
Unless
a
there's
lot of
something
good metal out there. Killswitch Engage.
I used to be into them. I don't have a problem with them. They're just not for me anymore.
I prefer Howard Jones Killswitch.
Is the
I'm
guitarist
not
from,
familiar enough with them to know what you mean.
wasn't the guy from Killswitch the guy who won The Price is Right or something like that? The guitarist from Killswitch.
I don't know. Maybe.
I think he did.
Actually,
I think-
yeah.
I think
Kind of
he was
sounds
on,
familiar.
he won like the Showcase Showdown and everything too. He won like the
Yeah,
like
the video's on YouTube. You can see
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
One,
I can't get into the newer guys, so they all sound like Cookie Monster to me.
no, Lamb of God I think is different because I can't really get into the newer stuff too. But Lamb of God I think is just a little different.
Yeah, in terms of like
I'm not
death
sure.
metal stuff, I think I lean more into like melodic death metal or
Yeah.
like groove metal rather than stuff that's like the really, really heavy growls.
Do you listen to In Flames?
I do.
That's probably my favorite melodic death metal band.
It would be really hard to say favorite for me. One of the ones that I'm more into is Amon Amarth, which I know is kind of
great.
a little bit more out to left field for a lot of people.
Viking metal.
Yes. I have a Amon Amarth shirt, and I was wearing it in high school, and there was a teacher that walked up to me and was like, "What's the deal with this band?" I'm like, and I had to explain what Viking melodic death metal was to a teacher. That was an interesting expression that they made. I just liked that happened. It was funny. A
like
band that I
Havoc.
actually saw. Huh?
I like Havoc. You ever heard of them?
Mm-mm.
No.
They're like they're like a newer band, but they're thrash, like old school thrash.
I have to check them out.
I've
One
heard of
band that
before.
I don't hear
Good time.
people talk about too much. I saw them with Amon Amarth in a concert with a bunch of different bands playing. But this is the only one that actually stuck out to me was The Absence.
Mm,
If
never
you've
heard
heard
of
of them. They've only done a couple albums, but they're pretty good. They're kind of heavier into the growl, but not like Cannibal Corpse level.
Yeah.
More like, I wouldn't say early, but kind of like later middle era of In Flames level of growl.
Yeah.
Like before they started going more clean, but after they started kind of actually being intelligible.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. As far as In Flames for me, I'm more into the stuff that it did after the album Horacle. It's like then on is what I'm into.
Horacle was that's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
And then yeah, you're right. Right after that, it got a little bit more
clean.
Yeah, I guess you'd see a little I wouldn't say softer, just like you're right, like cleaner.
Yeah, more clean vocals.
Yep.
Less distortion, which is not a bad thing. It's just a different style.
Yeah.
And they do it well. Now they might be a little bit too clean.
The new album's terrible.
Stuff, but yeah, they're kind of closer to Dream Theater now. They're not like as good at that kind of.
When you get older, man, your vocals start to go.
What about Hatebreed? Hatebreed's pretty cool, even though they're hardcore.
Nah,
I don't know.
Not for me.
I was never a big hardcore fan.
See, I prefer hardcore to metal.
Anyone else other than me into stuff like Nightwish?
I've heard it.
I don't even know what that is.
Never gotten into it.
Nightwish is like kind of a more operatic metal and more symphonic. Well, the early stuff is operatic, but it's more symphonic metal.
Hey, you guys can still hear me all right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, I'm just wondering how it works, because I'm basically splitting my mic between the two things. So anybody who might randomly be watching on Twitch will be like, huh? What is he talking about?
So Fitnat, you listen to Dimmu Borgir then?
Dimmu Borgir? No.
Yeah. Because that's kind of like operatic death metal.
I've heard of that.
That's more like
Yeah.
what's the name?
Black metal?
Black metal, thank you.
Yeah. They're the alternate singer, the backup singer, he's actually a trained operatic singer.
He
used to be an opera singer before he joined Dimmu.
Yeah. Probably the band that would be the most divisive that I listen to people is one that's a little poppier and kind of a little bit more dance, but they do an interesting combination of genres. Their new album might not be for me. I haven't listened to it enough to really have an opinion on it, but the first three, the early two are more heavy, but it's Amaranth.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah.
Haven't heard them.
Yeah, they have one of the only songs that I would describe as if Britney Spears did heavy metal, but it's actually good. English is clearly not their first language, so the lyrics can be a little odd, but it's good. It's kind of a weird combination that surprisingly works of dance, techno, pop, and heavy metal. Like they've got three different vocalists, a female pop vocal singer, and she's fantastic, and kind of a more power metal vocal guy and a death growl guy. But they never go too far into the death growl.
Yeah, you know what happens when you go too far into the death growl, right?
Yeah, you can't understand what anyone's saying.
No, you end up with something like Devourment. Which is just like, is this even like, what the hell? You've tuned your guitars down to like G.
Would Cannibal Corpse be a more recognizable reference?
Yeah.
Probably.
They're an Ace Ventura Pet Detective.
Yeah, that was odd to remember and figure out after I learned more about different bands.
Like, is Frank here? Thank you.
Yay.
I was going to try and name other bands, but I'm not the best at remembering like the more obscure stuff I listen to off the top of my head, and I let my there we go. On my computer iTunes, it actually shows me the band list. I let my Apple Music subscription lapse, so a lot of it disappeared. Nah, there's really nothing showing up on here, so I'm drawing a blank on anything else.
So anyone play Final Fantasy 15?
Musty's doing it right now.
Other than Musty, Musty's playing it right now.
I've heard lots of people say it's awesome, but I don't own a PS4 or an Xbox One.
I'm
And
with you
even
on
if
that,
I
man.
did,
I don't either.
even if I did own them, I wouldn't be playing them for at least a few more years.
Yeah. Or a few more months, depending on how quick it drops.
Are you planning on picking it up, Mars?
No. No, it looks like what must he say? Well, I guess you guys haven't listened to it yet. We did a podcast on Saturday, but Kingdom Hearts kind of gameplay.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
I'm not into
I
that.
feel like I may have undersold it a little bit because I was still very early in the game, but there's a lot of crafting and things that I had not really delved into.
Okay.
Which is interesting. Each of the main characters has kind of their. So one of them, his skill is photography. And so he actually between rest moments he takes pictures of your journey, and you can save the pictures. I don't know what that will do in the long run, but there's some candid like selfie type pictures that he takes. It's kind of silly, but like he'll take pictures during combat, so it's kind of interesting. You'll every time you rest, you get to review the pictures that he's taken.
He's like the selfie job class in the game.
Since that was another Final Fantasy joke. But he, and then there's another one who's the cook, and he will develop recipes as you go to restaurants and try their food. And their food, anytime you eat, you get boosts to your HP or your attack power. And so it's good to keep them fed because whatever you're doing will net bigger gains from that. But then he'll learn the recipes, and then when you like find a camping place out in the wild, he can make a recipe if you have the right ingredients, and then get that boost for the next however long. And they all have skill trees that you can expand on that. Either make the effects last longer or be stronger or things like that. But
I'll be right back.
So how's the actual gameplay though? Like when you actually get into a battle?
I'm enjoying the mechanic of the combat in general is fun for me. And I played the Platinum demo, and the Platinum demo was a poor representation. So I would encourage you to not use that as a basis for your opinions on it.
Okay.
Because I know that after that came out, you and I in particular had talked about it, and we thought we both agreed it was a glorified tech demo and really didn't do a whole lot. And
right.
I agree at that point. One of the interesting things is this warping mechanic. So when you're within range of the enemies, you can target one of them and basically almost like teleport to that enemy and attack in that moment. And then that exhausts a little bit of your MP. And if you run out of MP, you have to warp away to either a high point where you sort of hang there for a second, or onto a rock, or just sort of out of the fray, and your MP instantly regenerates, and then you can dive right back into the battle. So there's a lot of it's very kinetic. There's a lot of movement. And it only gets as you unlock other skills and abilities. It really kind of makes that a lot more fluid. But the flow of battle, I think, is good. But yeah, if you're going into this wanting a turn-based RPG, you are not going to get it. But I think there's enough in here, and once you get the hang of combat, I think that people who enjoy this series, there's enough there that I think that you can still enjoy this game. But I'm still early in the story, so I can't really use that as any kind of basis at this point. And I also don't want to tell you what the story's about because
spoilers.
Yeah.
Well,
I could give you the elevator pitch, but it wouldn't do it justice, and so yeah. But one of the questions you asked me was, so you're really pushing a car? And yes, the opening scene is you pushing a car because it has run out of gas or something.
Right.
So
You have to do that ever again?
You have to push it to the local outpost.
Is that the reasoning for finding Sid in the game?
Sid and his daughter, yes.
Yeah.
But yes, Sid is there. There's a Sid.
Well,
I was just
maybe
curious
I'll,
if
maybe
that was
I'll
the reasoning.
maybe I'll grab it on like if it's on sale, box
Yeah.
day or something like that. I might pick it up.
I mean, you could. I mean, what I might say is if you give it a rental.
Yeah, I
if-
can't rent. There's like nowhere to rent here. All we
really?
have are
Okay. You don't have red boxes?
we have red boxes, but like to rent something like Final Fantasy 15, I might as well pick it up in 3 months on sale because that's when it'll be
That's
available in the red box.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna say you're probably not gonna put yourself in a situation where you would spoil the story. I would assume.
Right.
And so if that's not a concern for you, then pick it up for cheap. And if you don't like it, you don't like it, and that's totally fine. And I won't judge you for it.
Another argument is picking it up now and then finishing it and trading it in while there's still high trade credit for it. But waiting for it to be cheaper is probably better.
Yeah, but I mean, I've heard some people throw around the term Skyrim and Final Fantasy kind of married, and I wouldn't disagree with that assessment. It is pretty much open world, and you overhear quests from people who are just having conversations, and there's lots of things on my map that I can go do right now, but it keeps pushing me toward like the main story quest is always a different color, and it's like if you want to advance the story, that's where you should be going. But just doing the sort of bounty hunting of animals and monsters is fun. Going out at night is dangerous because that's when the big bad monsters come up.
That sounds very Monster Hunter-ish.
I would agree with. I mean, I haven't played Monster Hunter, but from what I'm aware of Monster Hunter,
I was gonna say this is sounding like Steven's jam.
Yeah.
Chill. Sorry, I've been having my cat yell at me all the time lately.
Can't imagine why.
Probably because I'm never here. Come here.
now one of my favorite things is cruising around in the car. You just turn on the radio and listen to you can basically buy the soundtracks at different cities, and so you can listen to, if you want to listen to Final Fantasy V soundtrack, you can cruise around this. Really, I mean, it is quite a beautiful game. You just cruise around, either driving yourself or letting one of the guys drive for you. Just listen to the soundtrack.
Isn't the driving basically on rails though?
It kind of is. You can still move left. I mean, you can still move on the road, but I mean, if you just hold down for the most part, it takes care of business for you.
Sure.
I just parked in the middle of the road. That's probably not good. But yeah, one of the nice things is if another guy is driving, you can shop while you are en route to a location, which is kind of cool.
Wait, you're like shopping on Amazon.ca when you're in the back of the car?
You basically are in touch with a shop while you are driving. So if you need more Phoenix Downs or high potions or things like that, you can do that instead of having to go to a shop and do your shopping and then get in the car and then wait a couple minutes to get to your location. And you can fast travel if you want for a very small fee, but you can do the shopping in transit, which is kind of nice.
That's cool.
They deliver it via Chocobo.
I mean, it just shows up in your inventory.
Yeah.
I did
They're
find
one
the
of the few
chocobos.
Final Fantasy jokes I can make.
I now have a chocobo, which I have customized a little bit. So, and you can get other, like, you can dye their feathers different colors and stuff like that. If they win, and there's chocobo racing.
Flame decals on your chocobo.
I tried that yet, but I'm sure that we could do that to the car.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was tempted to pick that game up, but I just think I have too much to play right now. So I'll play it later.
Well, yeah, this is definitely going to be my December game. Like, I am unlikely to pick up and play Pokemon at this point.
You had Blue.
I had Blue, and now I have Metal Storm. So.
I'd definitely rather have Metal Storm. You traded Blue for Metal Storm?
I traded Blue among other things for credit toward Metal Storm.
I was going to say, if Pokemon Blue's that much, I'm going to trade that stupid thing in.
No.
Was that the one that had bitey action?
Yes, that was it was Chewy.
Chewy action.
I'm playing red right now.
Yeah, I'm watching you.
Yeah,
with
I'm
your,
sorry.
with your Charmeleon right now.
Yeah.
Fighting a Pidgey.
Let's see what we got here. We got. Oh, and there is a. There's always like the mini game, right? There's always. It's actually like a pinball game. This time, which is kind of interesting, as opposed to like a card game or something like that.
So, Mara, since you don't enjoy Pokemon, can you tell me why you don't enjoy Pokemon? I'm just curious.
It's just not very compelling. As an RPG, it's very watered down. Very bare bones, basic stuff. Run out, find Pokemons, do your couple basic moves, move on, try to find another one.
Now, Troy, are you generally enjoying it?
I'm enjoying it. I like its simplicity, I think.
Are you on the club this month?
What do you mean?
Are you going to be a member, like, as part of the cast? Or?
Oh, nobody's asked me or anything. I mean, I don't really listen to the podcast is my problem.
Because you've been playing that pretty heavily, like every night, basically, on Twitch. So.
Yeah. I've been streaming it every single night. So.
Oh, you're on Twitch. Okay, I'm looking for you on YouTube and nothing there. I'm on the wrong website. That's why.
You've been posting the highlights the day after, right, Troy?
Yeah, I pretty much just I just post the whole stream because what I do is I stream for about an hour and a half. So I just basically just post the stream. I haven't got any strikes for music or anything yet, so I think I'm pretty good to go since there's only like 2 tunes in the whole thing.
Gotta log in. I can't remember my login. Well, what's everybody else playing? Something different other than Final Fantasies or Pokemons?
Just Symphony of the Night, but I had to stop that because it's like approaching finals week. So, so it's like the game time is very limited at the moment. So
you're not playing that basketball game you got for the N64? Is it courtside?
In the Zone 99?
Kobe?
In the zone. Kobe.
No, I got actually that's Glenn Rice.
Glenn Rice had a basketball game?
He's on the cover of In the Zone 99 and 2000. Courtside which one is the one? It's not courtside. It is courtside. NBA courtside 1 and 2 are the ones with Kobe. No, I'm not playing that one.
So how come you're not playing that?
I actually have to pick.
You should be jamming on that every night.
I have to actually pick that up because my buddy went out of town and he found it for me. So he's like, "You want this?" I'm like, "Yes, pick that up for me." So only 4 to go. I still need In the Zone 2000 though. For some reason, I found a pretty beat up copy of that one, but I was like, I don't want to pay that price basically for a really beat up copy.
Yeah, 2000s. That's like a later release. That would have been out 99, right?
Yeah, it still is not that. It's like I think $7 at the most for that game. So
That's not bad.
no, it's like you can find that in way better condition for $7. And yeah, I think I got all the pricey games now out of the way. So it's just like in Indy 2000, Indianapolis Racing 2000, In the Zone 2000. What's the other two? Oh, Rat Attack and what's it called? What's the last one here? I have it written down. Top Gear Rally 2. That's the last one.
Sports.
Oh, you guys should have seen it today. I went into Value Village, huge stack of NES games, all eBay priced.
Yeah.
Just like, and there was some good stuff in there. There's like Wampum and they're all eBay priced, like $40, $50 game. Like, and they're all priced that way.
And somebody just dropped those off. Like they got that all for free.
Yeah,
I was
utterly disappointed.
I was gonna say I'm starting to notice like PS3s and Xbox 360 show up at Goodwill's and they're charging like $50 to $100 for them, and that's not the bad thing, but it's just like I was just at local or like it's like a pawn shop basically, but they sell a lot of video games, and the guy was talking how last year at this time was completely different from this year at this time because last year he goes, people still wanted like 360s and they were on the cuffs. People still didn't want PS4s now. Now everyone wants like a PS4 or original Xbox and they can't keep them in stock. They're gone instantly as soon as they come in. But like the guy's like, I can't take PS3s or Xbox 360s right now because he's like, I have like 30 in stock, and he goes, the most I can give you is $8 in start credit right now for them because
oh wow,
he goes, it's just like they just don't move no matter what, they just don't move. So
I would take a PS3 right now in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm. He goes, I can't move them no matter what. He goes, everyone wants to trade them in because some guy just walked right in the door. He goes, I can offer you like $8 start credit. He goes, I can't offer you money because the guy wanted to trade it in towards an Xbox One. He goes, I can't do that at the moment. I'm so overloaded with them, and it's like I could see why, but I don't think anyone's gonna probably pay more even on Craigslist for than $50 for like an Xbox or PS2 at the moment.
Yeah, it's just the way it goes,
Mm-hmm.
That's how, like, I remember, early 2000s, there was a retro game store in Barrie, and you'd like right in front of his store, he had this huge bin just full of Nintendo 64s. There was probably about 80 Nintendo 64s in there, them for $10, and nobody wanted them because it was, it was like 2003. Everyone had already moved on, just that timing.
And I remember in 2004, I went into an EB Games, and they would give you a Nintendo 64 if you bought 3 cartridges.
Wow.
So I bought 3 cartridges, and I said, why don't you give me that one with the red expansion pack in it?
Oh, nice.
So, yeah.
Yeah, the expansion packs, that's one thing that never, like, those were always $20 or more. And now I think they're like $30 or $40 for those stupid things.
They're for a point when you can get them for $11. Now you can't get them for cheaper than $20. I traded a couple doubles to get one for the one that Yoshi's supposed to be working on for me. Since I had another expansion pack. Because you got to have the expansion pack. You want the game to play it the best. And
so I was just walking through the woods, and look at that.
I don't see it, Musty. I'm gonna put you in present here. I guess.
Some kind of a snake thing.
Yeah, you got to talk, Musty. Count to 10. So
Okay, I'll keep talking. It's it looks like a large basilisk hiding behind that tree.
A large
it's just
what?
chilling down there.
Go kill it.
But it's in my way.
What's a basilisk?
Have you ever seen Chamber of Secrets?
Nope.
That Harry Potter movie? No?
It's like a giant snake that'll
It's that big snake monster, and I'm gonna kill it.
What are you playing on, Musty? I missed it before. Are you playing on PS4 or Xbox One?
On the one.
Okay.
Does anyone have? All right, here I'm hearing very mixed results or opinions about Dragon Age Inquisition. Does anyone really like
Nobody
it?
expects the Dragon Age Inquisition. Sorry, that was an old reference.
That's old. Yeah, that's old.
Yeah. Carry on. Sorry.
I was gonna say, does anyone like the newest one by chance? Or
I bought it, the Game of the Year edition for $15 on Origin.
Well,
I haven't played it either.
Well, because I was thinking about making it as my third game, because Best Buy's got a buy two get one free sale right now this week.
Ooh,
and
What are the other two games you're buying?
Killer Instinct, the definitive edition, because you get all 3 seasons plus all the fighters and everything. I really love the new Killer Instinct. I think it's phenomenal. And
I was sorry to interrupt, but I was on the highway the other day coming home, and somebody had an arcade cabinet. They pulled up beside it. It was Killer Instinct 2. Looked badass, but it was out. He had it like it was an open bed truck.
Yeah, so they didn't have a tarp over it.
Nothing, and like they put salt down on the roads here, like it's like this liquid salt, and it was just getting covered in it. I'm like, what are you doing, man? Longer to go. Anyway, sorry.
No, it's if you're a somewhat fan of fighters, the new Killer Instinct is phenomenal, and I would recommend picking up the definitive edition if you could find it. You know, it's like, well, it's $40 by me, but you get all 3 season characters plus all the stages and everything.
Yeah, it's 50 here. It was on sale on Amazon for 30. The day I went to pick it up out of Amazon, it went back up to 50. I'm like, you son of a. Because I already have the first 2 season characters, so I can't justify spending 50 just for season 3.
Well, I bought the disc for the one, and it's got the season 1 fighters, and I was planning on just buying it digitally, the season 3, because it was on sale because of the Video Game Awards. It's on sale digitally, but then the digital price for season 3 was it was $20, and then if you wanted the season 2 characters, it was another $30. And you can buy all the characters for about $31 on the disc by me. So it's like, I really just buy that, get the the whole thing that way. So like,
waiting for the disc to go back on sale again. I can play with the season 1 and 2 characters for now, though. Definitely into that.
Me knowing about the sale coming up this week, that's why I held off till this week, and I was probably gonna pick up that Last Guardian game. And then the third one I was thinking about was Dragon Age Inquisition. But I don't know, like, I hear a couple mixed things from it, but you know. And then the other thing about it is that the PS4 edition is like sold out on BestBuy.com at the moment. The Xbox One version is still available, and I'm just like, do I want to get the Xbox One edition? You know. But I also know that Best Buy will extend the return policy. The holidays at the moment, so I can probably just grab it, and eventually, if they ever get it in, I can bring it back in and just trade it in and say, hey, I got this for Christmas and I wanted the PS4 version or something.
I can actually tell you a reason to go for Xbox One over PS4 if you don't really care about minor differences.
Sure, go ahead. Maybe you could sell me on the Xbox One version of why I should play that one.
Well, if graphics are your main thing, then go PS4, obviously.
It's more or less that it runs better. That's the main reason why I would want the PS4 version.
PS4 runs better? That's the opposite of what I heard. I heard the Xbox version runs a little better, but the graphics are 900p. So it's a minor difference, but Xbox One version might run a little better. That could have been patched. I have no idea, but that's what I saw.
Okay.
You can look at patch notes online if you must.
That's fine. I will look into it now, because if it is that way, then it's no big deal, and I'll just... I was just gonna wait for it to see if it would pop back up, because I swear last week when I was looking what games are available or something, or what was on sale on Best Buy's whatever their games page, their video games page, they had I swear I thought I saw it in stock, and this week when I went to go order it, try to bundle it so I can pick them all up today at Best Buy on my way home from work, Because my sister told me she needs to give me a game for Christmas, so I was gonna just have her hand off Last Guardian to her to give to me for Christmas, and then I don't know, I would just have these 2 games or something to go with it. So it's a pretty good deal for the buy 2 get 1 free deal. So plus with the Gamers Club discount at Best Buy, we get 20% off on a game.
Does it cost money to be in that?
It costs
club?
it costs $30, but it'll last 2 years, and then you get.
That's not too bad.
And then you get 20% off on every video game you order. You get like $10 back for every game you pre-order. And then they send you, what's it called? I guess they sign you up automatically for like Sports Illustrated People, and you get like a year subscription of that for some reason. But and free shipping on everything, so you don't have to worry about anything being late. You get everything shipped to you for free.
I don't think we have this in Canada.
Yeah, the Canadian one is stupid. It's free to join, doesn't cost anything, and there's
there is
no
a free
benefits.
version. There is a free version where it gives you, I think, only thing it gives you is like pre-order, like a little bonus at pre-ordering or something.
Holy metal! Don't even get that. You get nothing.
So there's no pay one, no elite Gamers Club membership.
No, they have the one level, and you get nothing. It's like, what's the point of being in this club? They even ask you for your card.
Mm-hmm.
You go in there and buy a game. It's like, oh, you got your gamer card? Yep. I don't know why you need it. I don't get any benefit. So stupid.
I mean, for me,
so they can keep track of your purchases and
probably.
The 20% off is I think huge because it brings the game down from $60 to $47, and what's it called? The free shipping. Like those are like the 2 main benefits for it. You don't have to worry about going to the store. You just go right to their website. Or, do it all online and just pick it up so you don't have to worry about going to look for it in the store, because sometimes they're really lazy about stocking the store during the day, and they'll have it in their back warehouse, and it forces them to go get the game and leave it up front for you.
I think Best Buy in Canada is almost done. I think it's got like a year left at the most.
They've been saying that by, I think, in the States too for a while, but the one closest to me is always like packed. It might be one of the best ones in probably the United States. I know.
Maybe the ones here, they're terrible.
Mm-hmm.
They're never stocked. Like they'll have like a sale on something. You'll go there. It's not there.
Oh yeah.
We went to buy our microwave there, and because it was the brand we wanted, whatever, blah blah blah. It was on sale. It was on sale for $120. So we go there. They don't have it. The ones they had out were crap. Nobody was around to help us. We walking out of the place, and there's 3 guys standing in the front talking to each other. So we said, let's go check out Walmart. Let's just see what's there. Went across the street to Walmart. They had the exact one we wanted for $10 cheaper. It was $110. I what's with this Best Buy? Why are we even dealing with this place?
Well, the thing, like I said, the one thing about Best Buy, and I've noticed at least the one that I usually go to, is because they're really lazy about stocking. They're just their game department it's terrible. They're very awful about it. And then you can go to their website and they'll say, oh yeah, it's in stock. Yeah. And then you go to the store and they say oh, that's we might have not updated our page. But like I said, if you force them to do it by just because it doesn't cost you anything, you just say, oh, I'm going to buy it, and then it on the website, and then for pickup, in-store pickup, then they have to go to the warehouse to pick it up, because most of the time they're not going to do it until the third shift goes and refills it. The third shift crew.
Right.
So from my experience, it's either you force them to do it or you order online. You get the free shipping.
Yeah.
I don't games. One thing it's called I was at GameStop last week too, just seeing what they had in for used games, and what's it called? I know some mom was buying an Xbox One for her son, and the guy's trying to sell her on stuff, and he's like, "Oh, this one comes with a terabyte," and then they're trying to explain to her what a hard drive is, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, we also sell our own expansion hard drives. They add the storage to it," and the one guy behind her in line is like, he's like, don't buy it here. Go to Amazon. It's cheaper. You know, just like the guy's like, or you can buy it here. You can buy it here. We got it for a good price. And she's like, I don't know anything about this. You know, I still like the guy who's like, I don't mean to interrupt, but go to Amazon. It's so much better. And it's just like, yeah.
So basically, he was trying to drive a hard bargain.
Oh, I just imagine the guy like in the store is trying to do his job basically. But most of the time, GameStop, you know, Amazon's doing. I think that now, where if you sign up for Prime, you get 20% off on games. So it's like
in the States, that's another one. That's another program we don't have here in Canada,
where you get free 2-day shipping, and you know it's like
that's it.
20% off games.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, off of pre-order games.
Yeah.
Is that all games? I thought I'm not. I don't have Prime, so that's what I'm asking. I think that's what I heard, but
I have Prime mostly because of that.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I was considering getting Final Fantasy 15 at all, it goes down to 60, which is not the full price here.
So you get 20% off on with Prime, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
On pre-order games and new release games within the first 1 or 2 weeks.
Okay.
You get 20% off?
Yeah. I ordered, example, just on a cheaper game, I ordered Darksiders War Mastered Edition, got it for 15 instead of 20.
Do you have Best Buy's Gamers Club unlocked?
I have no clue.
Because that's it's kind of like GameStop's Power Up Rewards thing, except it's $35, but it's for 2 years instead of one, and it gives you 20% off of all new games, regardless of sale price, anything.
You just missed this whole conversation.
Did I? Well,
you're getting a beer, I know.
But yeah, Gamers Club Unlocked. I mean, it used to stack with Black Friday, but it didn't this year. But it kind of works towards everything else, even clearance items.
Yeah, that was the one exception this year. They said no Black Friday deals, which kind of sucked because last year I really raked in the deals for that one.
Some people still got it. It was up to the store to make sure that they didn't accept it, and some people ended up still getting it.
Yeah, see, I got Final Fantasy 15 here in my cart, and there's no discount.
Do you have Prime?
Yeah.
Odd. How long ago did it come out?
Maybe, like last week, right?
Yeah.
If it's been over a week, that might be why.
How much is it going by for you?
$80.
Oof.
Yeah. Oh, Canada.
So then that means that the Premier edition or whatever it was is what, like 120 then?
The deluxe.
Yeah.
Probably. Let me just see if I can pull this up here.
Oh, okay. Wait. Okay. Once you go into, I had to go another step to the step before place your order. That's when it comes up. So it's $16 off. So that means it comes down to $63.
Yeah, $63.99. That's what it's showing for me. It's just right under the regular price for me. The regular price, and it says Amazon Prime price is this.
I'm not gonna lie, that Final Fantasy on Xbox One looked so awkward.
Which one?
What do you mean?
Like just seeing Final Fantasy in that Xbox case just looked
odd.
Oh.
Well, I still have the plastic on it. I only did the bottom of the plastic to get it out.
It's still just weird for me seeing.
But yeah, the big
on PlayStation.
The big.
What are you trying to do? Keep leaving the plastic on.
Oh, I don't know.
What are you trying to prove?
He's trying to protect it.
It was around my son, so I was trying to make sure he didn't scuff. He didn't scuff my Pumas. You know.
By the way, you were talking about beer, Ryan.
Yes.
I'm drinking a crowler from my local liquor store of Terrapin's Moo-Hoo.
Let's say it looked like a can of malt liquor there for a second.
Yeah, chocolate milk stout.
Okay. It looks like the logo for Fargo.
I got the Autumn Tea Shandy.
That stuff's good. It's so different. Oh, if you have a chance to try this, I highly recommend it. The Terrapin Moo-Hoo chocolate milk stout. It's awesome. It tastes like Reese's peanut butter cup, kind of.
Plastic is off.
Now you ruined it.
Gave into the peer pressure.
It's all right. It'll end up on the shelf with all the other games that don't have plastic on it. So
you're playing your games unprotected.
No, that's right.
Do you get growlers out by you, Ryan?
Of course.
I'll be right back.
Like a growler usually is in like a 32-ounce bottle.
Mm-hmm.
But our local liquor store does crowlers, so they're 32-ounce cans, and they seal the cans right there.
They seal them there?
Yeah, they have a can sealing machine right next to the taps, so they pull it right off tap into the can, brand new can, and then put the lid on top and it seals the can.
No, I don't think they have those there like
Yeah.
that. Basically,
See if you can see it in the picture a little better. Yep. Bottle stop, and it's like a 32-ounce can, and the machine, it takes the lid and puts it on, and then it clamps it down and spins like 4 or 5 times and seals it shut.
I think they probably just don't have with most liquor stores in Wisconsin, they don't have the space for that stuff because there's so many different options. They're probably like, we can't put a machine here. We have nothing but coolers with
Yeah,
your
this
choice
is out
of
in the middle of the floor,
Mhm.
out by close to where the checkout is. They have all the coolers along the back wall.
I know that. Well, they have them freshly bottled. If you go to any of the breweries, you can get something bottled there.
Do you get growlers then? 32-ounce bottles that you can get
Lake-
beer on tap in the liquor store?
I believe Lakefront makes. Well, if you go to Lakefront, they have a growler ale or something. I can't remember which one it is. They have. I know because they had it on sale last time I took the tour there. They had a special growler edition.
So you fill it up and then you finish it off and you bring the bottle back and refill it, kind of deal.
Yeah, because it was. Yeah, like what, a 32 ouncer you said?
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
usually for a 32 ouncer, you end up spending. It's less than the price of a 6-pack. It ends up being like $8 or something.
Mm-hmm. They had like a case or something. I could buy like a 12-pack case of the growler or something like that.
Mm.
So for $63, Mars, are you going to pick up that Final Fantasy?
No,
don't
I will
blame
wait.
I'll wait
Didn't
till
even
it's
need to think on that one. Nope, not at all.
No.
Well,
I'm looking at Titanfall 2 on the PC, and it's just an empty box.
Mhm.
They don't sell you a disc. Download only, no disc included.
So why? Can't
Why
they just
even
give you a
set-
code or something like that?
Yeah, like why even send you a box? They're going to ship a box to you.
Here's some cardboard.
Battlefield 1.
I was
played a little
thinking
bit of that this weekend, actually.
I was thinking
Really
about
good.
Titanfall 2 because I thought the demo was pretty good from what I played with it. But
The trial.
yeah, the trial that they did a couple weekends ago. But
They did one a couple weekends ago.
No,
Or a
it,
free-
was, it was this past weekend.
Yeah.
you sure they're
Titanfall
not
2.
Titanfall 2? I thought it was
Yeah,
like a month ago.
The beta was a while back.
Oh,
but-
that's what it was. About a month ago or something like that before launch.
Yeah, they did 2 different weekends of the multiplayer beta. The single player in that is fantastic. I will.
And that's what I hear, but like it's like I only hear people say it's fantastic, but is it really that good? Or you know what I'm saying? Like I hear commercials where they say that's all I'm trying to say, fantastic campaign. And I'm like, I haven't played if it was something like maybe like a BioShock or something like that, where I think it basically is a game based off it. But when I think of Titanfall, I think almost had fallen into the Call of Duty line where it's mostly just a campaign that's just there for something. And it's mostly a game that's made for the multiplayer. And now I will admit the multiplayer was fun. I enjoyed playing it, but that's a game.
They put a lot of work into this single player, and man, I don't want to make all the comments that I make. I'm afraid of spoiling my comments on.
Yeah, you better just keep quiet now.
I'm just gonna.
That's it.
You should
Okay,
listen to my thoughts about it on the Fandango.
Okay.
As for me, I played the trial a little bit this weekend. It wasn't enough for me to go, okay, I need another shooter. Because I've got Overwatch, I've got Halo, I've got something else that I'm not thinking of right now. Destiny.
Battlefield?
Wow.
Destiny.
I forget about Destiny. Put like 17 days of that into that game.
God, every time I log on to Xbox, there's Fitnat playing Destiny.
I don't anymore right now. I will be, whether I like it or not, with the Dawning coming on the 13th. But I need a break from that game. If there's any shooter that has a grind to it, it's Destiny. I really like Destiny. It's a great game. But when you're like done all your stuff, there's no events going on. It's like, okay, I'm basically just going to do today's bounties, the daily story, and I'm done. It's great if you're listening to podcasts and you want something to do.
Fair enough.
I
played a bit of that.
The game. I'm just a little burnt out on it right now.
Yeah. I played a bit of that Titanfall 2 this weekend. Just the free multiplayer stuff. I played it with Derek, and we were getting creamed. Like, we were, I think it was because we were in a party. We were in a party of 4. He had a couple of his buddies in there, and it was matching us with other people who were in parties.
Overwatch.
Who obviously, who obviously like just knew the game like really well, and like there was one part where they like were on our spawn point within like 2 minutes, and we couldn't, like, they were up on a hill coming down on us.
Like
and
2
it was
minutes,
like
you mean 10 seconds.
Well, yeah, like 10 seconds.
10 seconds feels like 2 minutes in a shooter.
Yeah. Well, it's like my first time playing it, so I'm like, oh, this is a nice level. Oh, there's a mountain. Oh, there's like 6 guys on the mountain, all just wiping us out. Like,
yeah, those may have also been AI because they have AI enemies as well. So it just says,
yeah, those were the guys I could kill. I could kill those guys.
That's how
I was doing fine against those guys.
In the
I felt good
in that beta match or something like that for Titanfall 2. That's why I was doing well, because I just kept finding, going where they dropped the bots off and taking out every single bot. So like I just kept racking up points for that, and then by the time all the bots are killed, everyone started coming over by my area, and then like that's when I got destroyed, is when that would happen. But
that's how I would get my Titan, was taking those guys out.
Yeah, you get your Titan fairly easy in this game, or that game. But
yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah, I didn't do super well either, but I still had fun with it. I could get the appeal of it. I had a really good time using the grapple and like going onto other Titans, stealing the batteries, doing that kind of stuff.
We got a full house tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just grapple onto the Titan, you get automatically on top. They can deploy this electric mist to kill you, but when I got on them and actually got the batteries out and succeeded, it was a really good feeling.
What's up, Derek?
Hello.
Oh,
I
yeah.
heard Kevin talking about our Titanfall 2 fun.
Yeah.
Or lack thereof in Mars's case.
Yeah, it was fun but extremely frustrating.
Yeah. It can definitely be frustrating. I saw the appeal of the
Kevin
game,
said
though.
he hadn't played 1 before, so it could be just he didn't get it. But I had played 1 before on the beta, and I did pretty good then. So I don't know if I'm just losing it or if it was more difficult. I don't know.
I think it was because we were in that group, and it was putting us against other teams who were in groups.
And we were also
who knew what they were doing.
The free weekend after it's been out for a while, so they already are all equipped and geared up, right? I think that didn't help too.
Yeah, like they had like, I don't know, level 30 weapons, and we had level 2 and 4.
That's the big problem with most online shooters. I still think they should not allow you to be matched up with like a so high player if you're like a level 0 player, basically.
Or they balance the teams, right? Like couple high level, a couple low level.
Yeah. Well, back in the day, it was like you had to memorize the levels and to know where all the weapons were. There was no there was one rocket launcher on the level. If you knew where it was, you had to go find it.
Quake.
Those were the days, man.
So if you heard that whip a second ago, I was trying to pull my pickups box toward the couch here, and the box ripped.
Nice.
It's a little full.
Yeah, it was like GoldenEye, had 1 body armor each stage.
And it's great because you get it, and then what's it called?
You shoot it.
You get it first, then when it spawns again, then you destroy it. So the next person gets it, and they're fucked.
Yeah, but you can't shoot it too much, because if you make it completely disintegrates and it comes back.
Yeah.
You got to just pop it a couple times so it turns black.
Yep. So they get just like that, whatever, like 10% of armor. That was always fun because they get called a dick or something. Like, you dick.
You camp over the body armor.
Yep.
Did I miss any pickups so far?
No, I don't think anyone did anything yet.
Nice.
You mentioned some N64 games. I think that's as close as we've gotten.
I've mentioned some?
Yeah. Like when you're talking about what you needed.
Yeah, just about it, yeah.
But no.
This was a weak.
Yeah, I agree. This was very, very nothing really in stores at all.
I got a bunch
I got basically completely stuck for most of the week.
Get skunked?
Yeah, just nothing good, and then just like that annoying Value Village deal today.
Mm-hmm.
Just drove me nuts.
I mean,
Fees.
I could show what I got basically. It's not much, but I have a couple things.
I got a game. Everything else is comics.
I got a couple little things, but nothing
Does
much.
anyone have control of the room or no?
Musty.
I think Musty does.
What?
Do you
I think
control?
yeah. I think Paul said
Paul
you
said
have
you did.
control.
How about that? Okay, who's it going to be?
I'll go first if that's the case. I don't have very much, so I'll get it out of the way.
You can give me control if you just want to play your game too as well.
Well,
no problem. Sharing is caring, right?
Yeah. I picked up this game just because I was just looking for something cheap to pick up and see if there's anything to catch my eye. And I stumbled upon this Rumble Roses game. If I was ever played this one.
All right.
It's basically like DOA, but a wrestling game.
Nice.
It's made by
DOA,
Konami.
but crappy.
It's not bad actually, because it's made by the same people who do like the old wrestling games.
I was kidding anyway.
There's
It's-
a Rumble Roses XX on 360. It's also
Yeah.
Doesn't
Yeah,
it
I heard
have mud wrestling?
upon looking, yeah, it does have mud wrestling in there too as an option. And there's like, it's got like the DOA boob jiggle physics in it, and
Jiggle
good.
physics.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I was playing it. It's got good action in it too. So you can see like their nipples through their outfits. So it's not expensive. It's like I'll look into the 366 sequel. So see if we can
The
find that.
366.
360 sequel.
360 no scope.
Huh? And I picked up
I
this.
wonder what that would entail with that kind of game.
I picked up this sweet coffee mug.
Man.
Yeah. So that was part of it. And then I stumbled upon this at Goodwill last week, but it's missing the pedals, but it's an N64 steering wheel.
I thought you were gonna say Steel Battalion.
Yeah.
I thought I saw that one.
The pedals, not just Steel Battalion.
The funny thing is I usually see pedals all the time, but not this time. So, but it works because it does have the A and B buttons. So I was trying out some games with it. I was reading reviews where there's two really steering wheels. This is the Interact V3 FX steering wheel, and then there's a Mad Cat steering wheel. And they're saying, oh, it's good for Mario Kart and F-Zero and Cruisin'. Cruisin' it was pretty decent, but for Mario Kart it was awful.
Too sharp on the turning.
Yeah, and it's really hard to drift with the shoulder buttons being right here. So if you have to hold it down and go like this back and forth to drift. It's not the easiest to steer then. But yeah, it's okay so far. I didn't get a chance to try F-Zero on it yet, but I tried Cruisin' Exotica USA and Mario Kart off it so far. It works fine. Like I said, just you use this for gas and brake as opposed to the pedals. But it is missing pedals still. But for $4.25, I figure it was worth a shot.
Yeah.
So that's all I got for pickups this week.
Okay. Anyone else want to go next, or should I get my non-gaming crap out of the way? Or should we leave that to the end so people that don't want to see it can leave?
If you want to go, you can go.
Okay, let's get this over with. I'll try and be quick. Okay, the only game I got this week was Twilight Princess HD.
Nice.
I got the big box because I didn't have a choice, and that's the
Yeah,
wrong
I was gonna say I don't think they offer it without the amiibo.
Yeah, and the amiibo is sealed separately, so I don't think I'm even going to use that. That's it for gaming if you want to have a nap.
I'll say it unlocks a dungeon apparently in the game.
Yeah, it does, but I just don't care. Anyway, speaking of people not caring, William Shakespeare's Star Wars. It's a parody novel.
What?
Like they rewrite Star Wars as like a Shakespearean play.
Weird.
They're apparently pretty funny. I just got one to try because all this stuff is going to be from Book Outlet because they had additional 30% off their already like usually half off or more sale prices on Black Friday. So that's the explanation for how much crap there is. And no one's going to know what this is, so it doesn't matter. The Sculptor, it's kind of an indie graphic novel. And I'll get the non-comic stuff out of the way because there are a couple in here. Star Wars Best of Star Wars Insider Volume 1, the magazine. So there's best of like some articles and interviews and stuff. Thought that was interesting. Star Wars Incredible Cross Sections.
Sweet. I love the big Star Wars books. I have like 7 of them.
This only fits on the bottom shelf of my bookshelf.
Yeah, weird size.
It's massive.
Is that made by DK?
Yes.
Yeah, they make great like visual books like that, visual encyclopedias.
Yeah, I've got the visual dictionary for Force Awakens. That's the only other one I have. Anyway, people are going to find this amusing. Archie versus Predator.
That's what?
Yeah, a lot of people do not know this.
I've heard of that. I heard of that.
Poor Jughead.
Yeah, there's like a scene where someone gets killed while they're eating food, and Jughead's eating fries, and he just starts eating faster and hopes it's ketchup. Anyway, other oddity, the Jiro Kawada Bat manga. This is I think it was 60s. Yeah, in the 60s, they ran a manga based on Batman that was kind of more leaning towards the Adam West style. So I got all 3 volumes of it.
It's kind of cool.
I think it was like $5 for all 3 of these. And I got another manga that no one cares about. So Nichijou, which translates to My Ordinary Life, and it is not ordinary in any way, as you can tell by the cover. There's other random stuff. I got 2 volumes of that. There's like this android girl that she's completely normal, except for she has a wind-up key on her back.
Huh.
Yeah, because like this child mad professor made her. So she
Is there an
wants to
anime
be
of it?
this yeah, there is. She just wants to be this normal high school girl, but she has all these useless functions and a key on her back that the professor will not take off.
I'll have to let my wife know about it.
Yeah, it's pretty amusing. It can be a little odd. The president wrestles a deer in one of the chapters.
Nice.
In the anime. You can look up clips. And anyway, into like actual comics now. Batman Volume 4, 0 Year. The first one for that. I said I was going to be quick. I'm going to go a little faster here. The Night of Owls crossover. And Volume 2, City of Owls.
They've got so much. DC like re-released everything. Like they made like started all over again.
Yeah, this is like the New 52 run by Scott Snyder, so I'm trying to collect all of that. I have more of that, don't I? Before I get to that book.
Well, didn't they kind of realize that they screwed up the New 52? Like it didn't.
In
work,
general,
right?
yes. The Batman stuff is really good, though. At least Scott Snyder's.
But that's why they're rebooting it again, right? Because of New 52 stuff didn't
soft
work.
refresh. They basically wrote it in a way that the New 52 came out of Flashpoint, which is a Flash crossover, if you've seen the movie or if you know of that plot line. And it's basically someone had messed with the timeline while that was happening so that everyone forgot about their past. And that's why everything's different, and they lost 10 years. So everyone's remembering stuff now. And that's the conceit of that crossover. Anyway.
Is it like Jim Gordon Batman right now or something?
No,
silly?
he's not anymore. He was for a couple volumes after this one. Endgame. Guess what happens?
Nice.
Actually, not quite. That's not how it ends.
Joker finally gets his ass, huh?
Technically, yes. Technically, no. I won't spoil what happens. It's actually kind of clever. Anyway, Batman Eternal, Volumes 1 and 2. This is when Scott Snyder thought it would be fun to release 52 issues in consecutive weeks for $3 a piece. So I haven't read this yet. And Batman and Robin Eternal, because he thought that was a good idea to do twice. There's a 3rd volume of the initial Eternal. This is actually... I'm not going to explain this. You can look this stuff up. This is going to take too long otherwise. But, Batgirl Volume 2 of the like rebooted Batgirl. There's the like Jim Gordon RoboCop Bat Bunny suit. that arc is actually better than you would expect it is.
Do you happen to have the Ninja Turtles Batman, the newer one? That's
No.
drawn more like the 87 or 89 animated series?
No, I don't. Anyway, I'm still going to try and get through this. So, Batman Black and White Volume 4. There's a bunch of short anthology stories, and they're pretty interesting. I have a couple of single issues of this, but I thought I'd just get the trade rather than try and find the rest of them. And Dr. Fate, Volume 1. I heard good things about this, haven't read it. Gotham Academy, again, better than it sounds. Grayson, Volumes 1 and 2. Green Arrow Year 1. Midnighter Volume 1. Coming up to the end here now. Superman Last Son of Krypton, which is an older one. And this is like by Jeff Johns and Richard Donner, actually. Wrote at least one of the stories in here. So this is interesting. I think there's 2 different stories in here, but I'm not sure. And this one's quick because it's just, if anyone saw that I showed Volume 5 of Preacher last week, here's the rest of them.
They came in.
Yes. So that's
Good series. Have you read them before?
No, I've read like a couple volumes of them. I'm going to stop presenting myself. That's the wrong button, isn't it? There we go.
It's a good series. Little screwed up at times, a little wacky, but
oh yeah, I'm aware. Oh dear Lord! But yeah, that's a lot of stuff. It was a really good sale.
I grabbed a handful of things, not a whole hell of a lot, but
okay. So that means there's probably at least 20 items I've presented you.
Start the ticker down at the bottom,
it's
right?
like 6 things.
Sorry, that ran a little long. By the way, I meant to go faster.
What's going on here, Derek?
Start NJ Retro's stock ticker at the bottom.
Oh, that's right.
Actually, speaking of which, here's the first on that kind of list. Local game store that I stop in every once in a while when things, give it time to restock kind of deal. And this was in there for $6. Metroid Prime Pinball.
Nice.
Which is,
good times.
Goes for about $15 now.
Does it?
Yeah. It went up like crazy, actually. This is from
why?
Because it's awesome. Actually, if you've never played it, it's really good.
It is really good.
I played it. It's just always been one of those dark sheep kind of games like that nobody seemed to really want.
I think what it was is that it didn't sell super well when it first came out, and then it kind of disappeared, and it was hard to find for a long while. And now people are starting to, people start featuring it on YouTube, and it was mentioned in one of the DS Hidden Gems videos. I think Metal Jesus did it.
Well, there you go. That explains.
Started to go up.
Yeah.
And now you're part of the problem.
Not part of the problem. I just have the supply. This I picked up actually for my wife. She loves these kind of I Spy mystery games, and it's Mystery Quest, Curse of the Ancient Spirits. Let me see if it'll focus. It won't, of course. But anyway, that was $5. And then here's a really, really super oddball one. It was very limited print and kind of hard to find, and it was $10, and that's Electroplankton.
Nice.
And this is actually a music creation game where you use the stylus to drag different shaped plankton around the screen, and depending on the movements you do with the stylus depends on the notes that they play. And you create music with it.
Yeah, my wife has that game.
Very odd. It's super weird.
Yeah.
Here's a couple Wii things I picked up. This the wife wanted to play this, so we're gonna try it out. Iron Chef America. Because we love Iron Chef. It was $1.
Of course, Mario Batali has a scarf of sausages.
I don't know if you guys watch YouTube, the Munchies channel on YouTube, but they just started featuring Mario Batali on that channel, and it's actually kind of good. He does little dinner dates. He sits down with famous people, makes dinner for them. It's kind of cool. $5, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. And then this, some people probably saw it on Twitter and Instagram, but Data East Arcade Classics.
Cool. I didn't know that existed.
Oh,
no,
man,
me neither.
it's so good.
I've been watching for it.
It's amazing. And right now, GameStop has it it's listed at $22 on GameStop. So if you, even online, if you find it, snag it.
How much is it? How much does it sell for, like, on the market?
Black market, $60.
Like, we're calling it the black market now too.
Yeah. out in the wild, it's $60 complete.
All right, I'm gonna just check because you can check on GameStop's website. I'm gonna check real quick to see if there's anyone near me that has it.
I gotta take off, guys.
I'll see
Yeah,
you.
Mark.
Chatting with you.
Good
See you
night.
later, Mars.
See ya.
Funny story about this thing actually. So I
Completely
bought it at the
ignoring
GameStop.
Mars.
I took a picture of it in the parking lot and I posted it to Instagram and Twitter and Facebook. I got a text message when we were eating lunch about 10 minutes later from a good friend of mine who's also a big gamer and collector. And he goes, "Hey, did you happen to get that at the Mount Laurel GameStop?" And I said, "Yeah, how did you know?" And he goes, "I was literally online the moment you bought it, checking to see if it was available. And it showed that there was one available at the Mount Laurel store. So I tried to put a trade hold on it online and it froze." He said, "Then I saw your picture pop up and I got an email about 10 minutes later that said we were unable to fulfill your trade hold request." So I sniped it without even knowing he was online looking for it. Just a coincidence that it happened right at that moment.
Hilarious.
Nothing within 100 miles by me.
But that one is in pristine condition. I'm keeping that one. My extra copy's going to him. So he is going to get it anyway.
He's gonna get the leftovers.
Yeah, he's going to get my rough
I'd
copy,
take
which
that
came from
leftovers.
Nate of the Sprite Lovers, actually, if anybody knows that channel.
You're gonna get your leftover bits.
And then last pickup, it came from GameStop. I got 2 empty cases, just junk DS cases. And the big one, oh, actually, you know what? I bought these with my leftover credit from that $512 I had. I got the new Zelda amiibos.
Oh, nice.
Those are the only 2 I didn't buy.
Yeah, and then here's the other 2 of them here.
The Wind Waker ones would be the only ones I'd actually want. I doubt I'll ever find them.
I'm still scarred from that Wind Waker reveal. That's the reason why.
Fitnat, they're everywhere. Go in your
Yeah.
eBay. They're all over the shelves. There's tons of them. They did pre-orders and it didn't even matter. There's so many of them.
Well, yeah, I got the Ocarina and 8-bit one. I didn't show those off. I forgot about them.
And here's the last pickup. This came from one of the GameStop employees. And he's like, "Hey, I got some junk in my attic that I'm going through, and I found this, and I was wondering if you were interested in it. No charge." And here's going to be the hint at it at first.
Is that a Sega?
Uh-huh.
Model 2.
It's not a Genesis.
Uh-huh.
Better not be a CDX.
The CD?
A CD.
With
Model 2.
The
extra
attachment
flappy.
for a Model 1.
So rip that Model 2 off.
That's kind of hard to get. Yeah.
Yeah, which is kind of weird that it had a Model 2 on it, but had an extension with it. So, and then
whatever you can get.
It's a little dusty, but it's in really good condition, and the CD works perfectly, and it was free.
Brought to you by your friends at GameStop.
Yeah, again, I can't stress enough. Go in and talk to those people. They're just normal gamers like you and me.
Maybe by you.
He knows he's not into retro at all. So he was like, "Hey, it's literally was my uncle's, and it was sitting in my house for the past 8 years." He's like, "Do you want it?" And I was like, "Oh, sure."
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, I guess so. I'll just, that's it.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Who wants to go next, if at all?
I'll go when I'm done doing this.
I'm gonna grab another beer. I'll be right back.
I'll pause and I can go unless somebody else is.
Okie dokie.
But those attachments, if nobody knows, those Sega CD attachments for the Model 1, they go for about $25 to $30 most of the time. So
yeah,
if you ever happen to see even a really junk shit Sega CD with one attached, get it.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right, so this one's obvious. I got myself the deluxe edition of Final Fantasy 15, which comes with DLC, the Masamune sword.
Masamune?
Masamune. 5.
Masamune.
Does it also come with a card that says you should have bought it on PS4? No, I'm just kidding.
Apparently the Xbox One version runs slightly better pre-patches.
It also comes with the movie, the Kingsglaive movie, which I would again listen to the Fandango if you want to hear my thoughts on it. But the other thing that came out, and I'm surprised that there wasn't the kind of uproar on this that there was for when Fallout 4 came out. But Jones did energizing elixir, which is branded Final Fantasy. And it says there's 2 servings of Geisol greens in there, which you feed to chocobos. But yeah, it's got chocobo on the front.
Well, that'll be stupid expensive in a little while.
We'll see. So they gave me one with the purchase of the game, and then I bought a second one because I'm like, well, maybe I would actually want to drink it because it's like an orange cream soda.
Yeah,
is what it says.
Just out of curiosity and keep one sealed.
Yeah, I think that's what I'll do.
It probably wasn't such a like hoo-ha about the item because it wasn't something that was featured like Quantum Cola.
Cola was
iconic like that.
That was insane. Yeah, I mean, I think this is in the game. I don't know for sure. I believe that this might be in the game. Because you go to restaurants and you can buy drinks and things like that. So then I went on, I had a little bit of PayPal credit in my name. So I went and picked up one of the Sega CD games that I was looking for the most because I used to play it so much. And that is Slam City with Scottie Pippen.
Yes.
It is a 4-disc. It comes in the paper, like the cardboard case. But yeah, 4 discs. The
cutscenes are so good. The FMV is awesome. In
between the shots and stuff. Yeah.
By which you mean?
Yeah. But yes. I will play this at some point for you guys. But yeah, it's all video. Yeah. So yeah, I picked that up. I think I got a decent price on it, and it was in good shape and had the manual. So, and then this showed up on a Facebook group, and it's a Facebook group that's kind of a dead one. Like you see people post there, but there's no community there. There aren't people talking. And I saw him post this, and it was in my immediate area, and he only wanted $10 for it. So I'm going to tell you what the price is because it's one of these for Super Nintendo.
Ooh. Nice.
And it's in decent shape.
So that's not a Joe price. I mean, it kind of is a Joe price
because I looked it up on eBay, and these things are listed at like 45 plus.
Yeah,
So,
the Super Nintendo trays of any kind are really hard to find.
Now the thing is, he said it was an NES tray, but I knew my stuff and knew that was not an NES.
Now you can put your top 10 in a tray to hang on the wall.
12.
There you go.
Yes, that is quite true. I could do that. I don't like the fact that it would mount on the wall this way and this is sideways.
Mm-hmm. It's very off-putting.
Need that PS2 turning logo action.
Yeah, no, there's none of that happening.
I believe that was on the fat model.
It would probably still hang vertical with just the 2 screws in there tightened down.
Yeah, I need to. So one of the corners here is a little bit loose, so I need to probably glue it or tap some really small nails in there, just to secure this.
The edges. Get some of that JB Weld. That's some of the best you can buy.
Gorilla Glue.
Yeah. JB Weld, you mix them together. That's the best stuff. It sticks. That
epoxy.
I've got some options. I don't want to pull it too far apart to get it in there.
Just get a little. All you do is put them on a little toothpick and put it in there. That's what I do. Because it will expand. So just put a little on a toothpick and dab it in there.
Yeah. But of all of the things that I got, I made a trade with somebody. I traded away one of my NESs because I was sitting on at least one extra. So I traded that and a couple of common games away for this
Master System.
Oh, nice,
sweet.
So I now have a Master System.
Yay!
One controller. The issue is, and so I will probably be working with Yoshi here. Whatever I put in here reads as "hang on," which is obviously the pack-in game. So I don't know what's happening there because there were a couple of games that I got with it too. One of them is Rocky, Great Baseball, Rambo, and Rambo 3. You guys got a Stallone fetish or something.
Nice.
Sounds like a good guy.
Yeah, apparently.
Musty, do they all go to hang on, or does that
They
one?
do now.
That one.
They do. It flickers, like the moment you turn on, you can see it flicker, and then it hit, and then it switches to hang on. So I'm not. Yeah, I mean, I tried opening it up, but I don't want to. Like, I couldn't get the RF shielding off. I didn't want to mess with trying to like pry that away because I figured that Yoshi can figure it out, or
he knows how to do that nonsense.
Yeah.
You cleaned the cartridges?
What's that?
You cleaned the carts?
The first one I did. I think I didn't do the rest, but one of them I did, and it didn't
help?
change anything.
Did you try cleaning the slot?
I was just gonna say.
It sounds like almost.
That was
like
the part I
pin
was
connector
having a
not
hard
connected.
time figuring out what to do, what to use for that.
Stick something around a credit card and put it in the.
I thought. Do you have a
card.
Sega Genesis cart cleaner by chance, or no?
No, I don't.
Because I think those would work on the Master System ones too.
I thought Genesis was wider.
You might be right on that.
You know
one.
what? I might. It's ugh.
You know what?
Really
Someone
old.
told me it's one like cheap way if you never had a cleaner. Because for a while I thought the N64 didn't have a cart cleaner, but it does, and I own it boxed now. Me bragging about it. The guy told me what you do is you just take, like, if you were gonna use those carts to clean it, you use it a game. So put a little rubbing alcohol on it, and then do it a couple times in the cartridge slot, and then pick it up and clean it that way.
Yep.
Okay.
Or a credit card with a T-shirt.
So Musty, I'm going to reiterate what I said in the in our messaging. The Sega Master System has a boot ROM in it. It has a BIOS. That's what does the splash screen. It will try to read a header out of the ROM. If it can't read that, it'll go to hang on. If it can read the header, which is 16 bytes or 8 bytes, if it can read that, it's looking for an ASCII string. TMR space Sega. If it sees that, it'll then do a checksum. If the checksum fails, you get the software error that you saw.
Yeah, because you did send me that one picture for, I think it was for the baseball one.
Right. So the reason I'm mentioning this is because if that software error that you got implies that it was able to read 8 bytes correctly out of the ROM.
Okay.
That means you don't have a stuck bit error or an addressing error or anything like that. It can actually read it. It just can't read it reliably. So I pass this information on to Yoshi, but your problem is intermittent, or at least it was.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't suggest a broken trace or anything like that. It suggests an intermittent problem. I mean, it could be a broken trace, depending on if maybe if you flex the cartridge, it'll reconnect electrically long enough for you to do something. But chances are it's just bad contacts.
Okay.
That's my assessment, and I haven't proven to you that I know anything about this. You'll just have to take my word for it. I mean, Yoshi
you don't think it's a BIOS problem? You don't think it's like a dead CMOS battery? In the system?
Well, no, there's no CMOS battery, but no, it's not. And he's running Hang On, which is built in to it's the same ROM chip. So it's doing the splash screen, right? It's doing the little Sega thing.
Yep.
And it only takes a second. The reason it'll flicker, you can tell right away if it's doing the checksum or not, because it'll either go to hang on right away or it'll pause a little bit longer. Now, you haven't played it long enough to detect that, but the fact that it can run hang on indicates that the system is fine, the ROM is fine. It just can't read the cartridge. Anyway, you could get a card.
I would suggest a Sega card.
You could get a Sega card, and chances are that'll work. But I really think you just have dirty contacts. But let Yoshi know.
He said it was sitting in a box for 2 years.
Yeah. Anyway,
so
that's just my two cents.
No, that's good to know. I have
get a Sega card very cheap. There's a couple of them out there that you can probably order on eBay for $5 shipped.
Now, yeah, I actually have.
I might have something that would work. I had, because I found like it was one of those old like it was like Game Doctor, like it was one of those like universal ones that had like 4 different pieces in it, and it would work for a Genesis or an NES or
Yeah.
like that type of thing. I know that they had what were effectively like eye makeup sponges that you would use for the actual game, but I think that there are like a hard, rectangular thing for the actual cart slot. So I'll see if I can dig that out and see if that might be more reliable. But
And I'll mention one more thing that maybe everyone will object to or no one will object to. I think I told you to put a piece of cardboard in there, but really you can take a piece of cardboard, cut it to the right width, a thickish piece of cardboard. I mean, not thicker, too thick, but thick enough. Take a piece of white paper, which is not super abrasive. Was that NJ saying?
Yeah, no,
because he was the one I was figuring would object.
What about paper towel?
Is there a problem with doing that? Because we used
No.
to do this. We used to just take a piece of paper. You don't want sandpaper. You don't want anything too abrasive, and just put it in and out. And if it's dirty, you're gonna see right away that you're getting black crud out of there.
That's why I said a credit card with a soft T-shirt also kind of works. But you have to be careful no matter what you do. Do not move side to side, because if anything that goes in that cartridge slot catches a pin, because they're open on the bottom, it will bend and deform a pin, and then it's dead. It's done. It's shot.
Yeah. So get yourself a piece of cardboard or something that's the right width, so you can't move side to side. And put it straight in and straight out. And I think even a piece of paper around that thing will.
Around the end.
And look, you'll know if you do it just a couple of times and you put these cartridges in and you start getting more software errors or even better, the games run, then you'll know. But I just want to make it clear when you tell Yoshi that software error, going to hang on and going to software error tells you two different things.
Okay.
That's all.
So and I need to actually open up the carts and just make sure too, because
that's a later model SMS too, isn't it, Eric? With Hang On. The original had snail on it, didn't it?
Yeah, they all have snail. The original one would just the original one, if it couldn't detect anything in the cartridge or card slot, it would go to a screen that would explain to you to put a cartridge in. Then they just said, well, we're wasting ROM here. Why don't we just put Hang On it? So yeah, it's probably, let me just throw out a guess and maybe you guys will be impressed. Is the model number on the bottom a 3010-A?
-B.
B? Okay, fine.
Yeah, the B, because I think A is
well,
shame. Yeah, shame.
Chances are it would have been an A. I've never even seen a B. And C has Missile Defense 3D built in.
I think A is the snail machine where it has just snail.
It could be. I have a 310A. I have a 310. There's no letter after it that just has snail.
Mine has just snail.
And you have a 310A?
You know what? Let me go check. Hold on.
Anyway, I was just making a guess. You know, it doesn't really matter. But it's certainly with Hang On built in, it's a later model one. It's something they did later.
Okay.
But anyway, pass it along to Yoshi. Let him figure it out.
Yeah,
Don't let him switch out your caps yet.
He loves doing that.
I know. I'm half joking because that is 90% of the problem. But your system works. It's not the capacitors yet.
Yeah.
Yet.
Well, he was talking about at least up in the resolution or something on me.
No, he wants to put S video on there, but just to let you know that if you ever decide you want to buy those HD Retrovision cables, the first Sega Genesis, that will work on the Master System. So you can get the.
I've got the cables for my first gen.
Because they will work.
Genesis.
They will work,
and those are exactly the same as this one. So
yeah, definitely try that.
Mine's a plain 3010.
And it's just got snail, right? Is
Just
that what you
snail.
said? Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, that's what I would claim is the typical variant. If it doesn't have a letter, it's just snail. And by the way, Musty, if you want to play snail, do you remember how to do it, NJ? It should be on yours too, Musty. I think when you turn it on. No. When you power yours up with nothing in it, it goes to snail.
Sure does.
Oh, that's not how I thought it worked. I thought you had to do a button combination.
Yeah,
because I've seen the BIOSes where when you boot up with nothing in it, it shows a screen that says "Please insert a cartridge and enjoy." You've not seen that screen, NJ?
No.
Huh, that's strange. All right. Well, I don't know. I can't. I'm not going to comment on all the variants of the Master Systems.
But no, I'm happy to have one. And can I use, like, I only got one controller. Can I use a Genesis controller?
You can with some games.
With some games, okay. I didn't know because I thought the pin configuration was the same, right?
They are the same, but the Genesis controller uses because it's the same pin configuration, and the Genesis has 2 more buttons on it, a start and a C. They multiplex the signals. So on the Genesis, it flips back and forth. It flips a bit to say, am I reading A and B or B and C or something like that. And some games on the Master System, they don't understand how that works, and so it won't read right. But you can try.
Okay.
And if it doesn't work, you've been warned. I mean, it might not.
If it doesn't work, then I'll just go find another controller.
Yeah, it's along the same lines of running a 6-button controller on a Genesis on certain games,
right?
Where it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because I know you can use a Genesis controller on an Atari, but that's going the other direction.
I thought you could use an Atari to play on Genesis. Is what I thought.
Well, the Atari only has 1 button.
Yeah, but you can play Sonic the Hedgehog with the Atari controller for one.
That is probably true.
I used to use the Genesis controller on my Commodore 64.
That would work?
Yeah, my Genesis controllers work great on the Commodore, actually.
Okay. Oh, it's possible I'm wrong, Musty. It's possible it'll work just fine. I know that it multiplexes some of the buttons on the same signal lines as each other, so some games can get confused, but I definitely know that some games, even on a power-based converter, Alien Syndrome is one of them, even on a power-based converter on the Genesis, you have to use a Master System controller.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's Alien Syndrome.
Actually, the Master System had a kind of oddball too, where the joystick was kind of left-handed setup. The actual joystick controller, the buttons are on the left, and the joystick's on the right.
Yeah, that's weird.
It is. It's the only one I think of that's like that too.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that. Because the gamepad is the way most people expect it to be, right?
Yeah, when I first got my Master System, it only came with 2 joystick controllers and no joypads, and I was like, ugh, this is a mess.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Musty. I hope you enjoy it, even though it doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm like, I was wrestling with the idea because I'm just like, well, there's the risk, right? If it doesn't work, then all I can play is Hang On.
Is there only Hang On, or is there Hang On Safari Hunt?
Just Hang On.
Really? Okay.
Or it only gives me. I don't have the option to select.
It doesn't. Yeah. Okay. Because the one I have it'll go to a screen where it'll say Hang On, or
sort of like your Mario
Safari
Duck
Hunt.
Your Mario Duck Hunt screen.
Have you done it without putting a controller in?
Without.
Or has the controller been in every time you've done that?
Controller or cartridge?
Controller.
I haven't tried it without a controller.
Okay. The reason I'm asking, and I was wrong about NJ Retros, but the reason I'm asking is because I'm not familiar with any Master System BIOS that has just Hang On. And you said it flickered. I wonder if there's a problem with your controller and it's got a button press all the time and it's selecting Hang On automatically. I wonder if you try. I'd be curious to know if you try it without, but you also have a 3010B, so I don't know what I'm talking about. I wonder if you tried it without a controller, if you'd notice it just went to a title screen with Hang On and Safari Hunt. I'd be curious. But anyway,
like if there's a stuck button.
I mean, it could be yeah.
That's just a curiosity.
Could have standard controller goo that you need to clean out.
Exactly.
Well, I just lost all my Pokemon save progress today.
Oh,
The battery die?
No, I had something glitched and it just like reset. I don't know what happened.
Thanks, Retron.
So much for that.
Yeah. I think it was probably my fault, but whatever. I'll just do it again. I know what to do anyways, so it's not a big deal.
Would you pull the cartridge out while you were playing?
No, I don't know. I just I shut off the stream and then OBS kind of like when you do that, it kind of like glitches out on the TV screen for a second. I don't know what happened there, and then it just kind of and like it always does that, but I should have saved first. So
your save's still there. You just didn't get a new save for your current progress.
No, it's totally toast.
Gone.
My previous save is still there. It's not corrupted. It's fine.
Oh, okay, that's what I meant.
Yeah, so I just lost like an hour and a half, not the whole thing.
Okay, that's much better.
Yeah.
Than what it sounded like.
So I guess I'll be live streaming that same part again.
Or you'll just be playing an hour and a half before starting your stream.
Yeah.
And it's like, ignore the fact that I have completely different Pokemon. The stream is
Yeah,
exactly as it should be.
Yeah.
So Eric, your data was basically with the bonus points. It won't really affect the overall totals, which your results came back with, or
Yeah, that was my conclusion. I mean, there were some small variances here and there, but I mean, I can talk about it if you want. And there's always a chance that the way I've modeled the way people pick games is wrong. But ultimately, I think I can state with some certainty that those are the independent. Oh, jeez. Hi, sweetie. That was a little creepy. See a little girl standing behind you? That's like movie, nightmare
the
movie
ring.
scenario.
Yeah, the ring.
Yeah. She thinks that's funny. Yeah, the thing is the bonus points are related. The way the bonus points work is effectively what you're doing is because you get 10 points for every game that has it in addition. It's like adding 10 points to the game's. It's like putting the game 10 points, 10 positions up in the list. That's all it does. So if the game was 20th on your list, it now is effectively 10th. If it was 50th on your list, it's now effectively 40th. So that's all the bonus points do is they add 10 points to where it was on everybody's position. And yeah, it makes the score higher. But ultimately, given how many people contribute, and this is the part where the bet between P1 and P2, I don't want to reveal too much. I mean, we can talk about it, I guess, but given the average number of contributors there are to a single game, it had almost no effect on bumping a game up that much, if at all. I reserve the right to be completely wrong. But the independent variable, the variable that actually affects everything, is not whether it's a bonus point or whatever. It's how many people contribute, because the averages are pretty small. And so, if I'll give you, I guess I'll reveal the number. I mean, on average, the number of people who are going to select a game out of 31 people who are going to get a game in the top 100, the average for the top game, it's going to be about 15 at the most. At the bottom games, it's going to be about 6. So with 6 people contributing to a game, or 11, about the average is about 11. With 11 people contributing to the game, it really only takes one more person to bump them up, over 50 points. What am I trying to say here? It just, one more person makes almost as much of effect as just the bonus points do. So the independent variable really is how many people put the game on their list.
Yeah, and I think
my conclusion.
I think the thing that I was now leaning on was, what's your tiebreaker, right? You've got your one that's on more lists, or you have your one that is
higher average,
more highly ranked by a smaller number of people, and so where's your tiebreak there? And P1 said that if it's on my list, it's going to lose that tiebreaker always.
Yeah, that was cute.
But I mean, I think I truly doubt it's going to happen, and so maybe I'm
You truly doubt what's going to happen?
That there will be a tie. Like, I think the odds of there being a tie are probably quite small.
I agree.
And so, maybe we're just having conversation about it to have conversation about it. But I think it's at least worth discussing, because it's like, the way I think about it, if you have a fantasy football league and you don't set up a tiebreaker, you have a tie in the final game, and then it's like, well, what do we do now?
Well, I didn't go and try to model what would happen or detect that a tie occurred.
Well, I would say a fair tiebreaker is, let's say the game had 2 people vote for it and only one person voted for maybe like the other game that made it the tie. I would say the edge goes to the 2 person. Wouldn't you think? Like if 2 people vote.
And I think that's the way that P1 is going to take it, if he considers it. I think he values.
Or how about let's say if one was set at like a 90 and the other one was set at like a 57, maybe the 57 would get the edge too, because it was rated higher as opposed to the lower vote, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of another way, basically, that he beat.
I mean, the other option is just give them both the same number, call it good.
90A, 90B.
Well, no, not even A and B. Like we have 2 games at 91, and then the next game is at 93.
Yeah, that'd be fine. I think too.
What you could do is pull off the bonus points when the tie happens.
That's true.
And whatever their base voting
Yeah.
standing is their true points in a tie situation. You know what I mean? So if you add up everybody's, it's somebody's number 1 and somebody's number 6 and somebody's number 27. Add up all those points without the bonus points, and that'll probably determine who wins in the tie, I would think.
Yeah, and I think that's the way that I was leaning, because I think I would value the average ranking over the number of votes. And but
now see, the way Eric just explained it with the bonus points and how that's what I couldn't get across before, is essentially what he just basically said is that the bonus points will determine where these games fall on the list. And that it kind of ensures that the top 50 games are probably going to be the top 50 games that everyone anticipates, because there's that many people voting for it, that will dictate the places on the list. And then maybe after the top 50, you're going to start to see some variation.
There's still, I think, yes, there are probably going to be some sure things that show up, but I don't know. The more that I think about it, I think the bigger contributor to this, the variety on this list, is going to be games that people haven't played. People are like, I've never played a Halo game, so obviously I can't vote for Halo. That I think is going to be a bigger impact.
That's me. A lot of AAA titles I don't play,
and that's that's totally fine. And I think that will, you'll have.
Well, would you rather have someone be honest about that though? You know what I'm saying? Like,
totally. Yes. I don't want somebody to,
because it's the status quo.
Yeah. No, we don't. I mean, that's not the point. And I think there was somebody who, who made a comment about the fact that they could see themselves just putting games from 2 different series, and that building up their entire list. And it's like, if that's how you feel, then do it.
Well, Curtis said like his list is basically Mega Man, Resident Evil, Mario, and Zelda or something like that.
Yeah, don't vote for a game because it's popular. Vote for a game because you love it.
Right. And if it means that you have 2 games from a series, so be it. Like people, I wouldn't refine my list down to 1 game per series, because I think that there are 3 games in a 3-game series that are all wonderful and all need to be on my top 100.
Mega Man 2 and Mega Man X1.
There you go.
Hey, those are 2 different series. You get X.
Dance Central 1, 2, and 3.
There you go.
I think I was the only one advocating for voting 1 game per franchise.
No, Eric was too.
Okay.
Eric tried.
Well,
You tried for
ultimately I didn't. I have a couple. There are a couple things where I put multiple games.
Yeah. My thing was like more like people putting like every single game from a franchise they love. Not like short ones like Mass Effect, but I mean like just Mario, the entire top 10.
No, I didn't do that at all. Yeah.
I don't expect many people to do that. It's just that's what I was speaking against doing.
Yeah.
I've got 1, maybe 2 Mario games on my list. That comes from not playing a lot of the more popular ones that are later on. Like, I've got a couple obvious ones on there.
I have
3. That's Galaxy and stuff like that. I have not played enough in order to vote on them.
Mario is the reason I got into video games, and I love a lot of the games, so Mario does have an effect on my list.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's just
but I do love those games.
Not every single game.
Okay, fanboy.
Yep.
Okay, Nintendo fanboy, calm down over there.
Hey, if I could break, I'm the one who's going to be making sure Sega actually gets implemented on this list.
I'm going to make sure I choke off your Nintendo with all Sega on the list. 99 Sega games and 1
I saw all these people bragging about Super Nintendo. I'm like, oh no, this Genesis is going to be on this list here, and the Dreamcast is going to be mentioned. That's one thing I even mentioned to Bra basically in Bonus Barrel. I was like, there wasn't a Sega game in your top 100. Not one. Not one. I was like, and he's like, well, I voted for. I forgot what he said. He voted for 2 Sonic games. That's what he said he voted for.
Musty,
like,
make sure you flood it with Sega CD and Xbox games.
So nothing from there gets on the list.
Number 1, Scottie Pippen. You know,
that's right.
Well, I just added Pokemon Red to my list. It bumped something off. I decided I do like it.
Hey man, I'm playing Yellow right now.
I never played a Pokemon game in my life. None of them. Not even like the offshoot ones or Snap or anything like that. None of them.
They're good.
And because the Cartridge Club Game of the Month, I threw it on, and I'm enjoying it a lot.
And actually, I think that's the point of the Cartridge Club and the point of this list. Maybe you hear some game on the list that you never heard of, and someone speak highly of it, it might convince you to actually try the game, basically.
And that's kind of the cool aspect to it too, is like, because if you go onto YouTube or something, you search up people's like top 10 lists or like those hidden gem lists, they're all generally the same. So you might see something on these lists that stands out that's different, you know?
Mm-hmm. Number 1, Klonoa Beach Volleyball. What the?
What system is that on?
PlayStation.
Oh, PlayStation 1?
Yeah, released in Japan and Europe.
Really?
And no,
all right, I can show you some of my pickups if you want.
I haven't even looked at the gameplay of that. Right. Anyway, yeah, I'll present you.
All right, here we go. Okay, this stuff I showed you last time, I'm pretty sure. This is a dud. I don't know why I picked this up. I don't even know if it's worth anything, but it's Import Tuner Challenge.
Over here.
Like what?
Wrong camera, or
So Xbox 360 exclusive.
Never seen that before.
World premiere.
Yeah, I paid $7 for it. It's a little much, but Value Village is, pillaging lately.
Hangout premiere.
Punishingly. And then I picked up this from Toulouse. It's a Final Fantasy X-2 limited edition strategy guide. So kind of cool. It's $5.
You have my attention.
Yeah, so pretty cool. It's a little beat up. There's a few issues with it. It's a little beat up, like it's like bulged out here.
Yeah.
Whoever did it was a total moron what they did. So whatever. And then their art.
He actually played the game.
Yeah, but check this.
Probably had a pen in the book.
No, what he did was he like shoved the I don't know how to explain it. He shoved the cover into the sleeve right here, like this, and shoved it inside. So the other one has the other book, which is the art book, has the same problem, and I can't get the thing out. It's like lodged in there. So it's like he's lodged it in there. I can't get it out. So it's like permanently attached to the cover or the slip cover or whatever this thing.
The dust cover.
Yeah, like I can't get it out of there. I don't know what he did. It's so weird.
He might have used glue.
But it doesn't even feel like it's glued in there. I don't know. I don't get it. But anyways, it's still in there, and you can still read it and everything. So I figured for $5 that was worth it. And then what else here? Picked this up, Joust for NES. This was like it says $10. I got this actually from another guy who I see in the stores all the time, and he said he had it, and I was like, yeah, okay, I'll buy it. And it's basically what it goes for, but I used to play that on the Commodore 64. So, yeah.
Joust is a good game.
Yeah. So a pretty decent title, I think, and I probably couldn't get it to my house for $10, especially if I bought it from a game store or if I tried to order it on eBay. Shipping would kill me. So.
Was Paul just summoned by the fact that you showed a cartridge game?
Maybe.
Or is he just in here and I haven't noticed?
And then today I found this at not the Value Village because they were overpricing their stuff and eBay pricing it. But I got this at the store right before I went into the Value Village, and that's Hogan's Alley on NES. Unfortunately, the box is like basically trash. But
been kicked down an alley.
Yeah, the game like has a little bit of wear right there. But for $5, I figured why not? It has a slips cover or whatever in there, but no
Dust
manual
cover.
or anything. Yeah, dust cover, but it has no manual. But still cool nonetheless for $5, I thought.
Does it have the styrofoam?
No, it does not have the coveted styrofoam.
Any boxed NES game for
Hey.
under $10 is a
I
good
know a
deal,
guy can
pretty
get.
much.
Yeah.
I know a guy who can get you some.
hand cut.
That was
And then
ridiculous. Never again.
this is probably one of the coolest finds, although it has nothing to do with video games. But I picked it up at the same time as that game. I'll just unplug it. It's easier. A Tributaries HDMI splitter.
Ooh,
that you can,
nice.
yeah, you can. It's a pretty decent one. And it has, for some reason, man, I'm getting backwards camera action going here.
D-sub.
Like this type of adapter. I don't know what
DPI?
that's for.
No, it looks like diagnostic.
No, that's for like an RGB, isn't it?
Rigib?
So.
Looks like diagnostic.
Rigibit?
It's like a PC port.
Might be. Yeah.
Rigibit?
This thing,
Burger.
I tried to look this up and I could only find one I think that were new and people wanted like $300 for them. And I bought it for 10. So
Yeah, I use one for my TV. Saves me running 4 cords to my TV.
yeah, this one's a 4-in and whatever. I couldn't believe the price people want for a new one of these. And this one's old, like it's HDMI 1.3. So I don't really understand why it would go for so much, but that's what new ones are going for. I don't even know if that works. I haven't tested it out yet. That at the same time, it's like all in the same pile. Must have been the same guy who donated it all. Picked up this one, which is the opposite. So it has an input and then outputs for. So you can put like one thing in and then output to 4 monitors. This one here, I think brand new goes for like about 150.
Those are good for.
So I paid $8 for it. And then there was also this one here, which is the Seawell HDMI splitter. So it inputs 1 and then outputs 2. And this one goes for I think about like 50 for some reason.
I think those are the ones you can probably what's called capture PS3 through HDMI with.
Is that what the deal is with them?
Without having to use the component splitter or something like that?
I could try it out.
That might strip. I think that one strips the whatever the was it H.
Usually, only really the cheap ones strip the encoding, the protection, hobby protection.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's worth a try. I mean, for the price you paid for it.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, so got those and basically with all that stuff together, the Hogan's Alley and that I just ended up paying $30. So
What are you gonna do with those splitters?
I decided to just put them on the shelf and look at it like I do my games.
Nice. Hey guys, I got some HDMI splitters.
Yeah, I've got like HDMI.
Room tour? Yeah, room tour of it. Like this is my splitter section.
I have like a cheapo one, so I'm gonna try this one out and see what it's like. And then this one, I have to think of a point of it because it's like I don't have 4 monitors to output to, but it's still cool to have them all. So that's that, and that is basically all I found in the last like 2 weeks.
I have a question about consoles, about original Xbox. If anybody minds, mainly for probably Eric and maybe NJ Retro. If you've seen this, I don't know if you deal with Xbox, and Troy.
Yeah.
This is weird. So I have an original Xbox. I'm gonna switch cameras here.
Actually, Musty's the one you probably want to ask.
I don't know if he works on them though. That's the problem.
No, I really don't. I really don't
Battery's
work on
dying
them.
too. Okay, original Xbox, powered on. This is actually from Bill. Power light comes on, it works great, okay? But powered off, take the power cord, unplug it, rotate it around, plug it in. Okay?
It's gonna turn.
Now powered on, it gives up, tries again, powers down, tries again, and then it gives this red and orange flashing, which is like a generic something went wrong.
Do you have the video outlet?
I do.
Plugged in? Okay, that's the only thing I could think of there.
Yeah, if I switch the
Yeah,
power cord around, it works fine.
So something
That's a
about
shit
Blair.
cord. That's a shit cord then. That's all that is. If you can probably just see if you can. Do you have another replacement cord for it?
I do, and I've used another one.
Same thing.
Yeah.
I think I have a Xbox that
try a
does
different
that. I
outlet?
just never tried it the other way around.
Try a
That
different
might
outlet.
have just fixed something for me.
I tried another outlet too. Worked
Same
fine.
thing.
Sorry, same issue. Exact same. Works fine one way and screwed the other.
What about just like a straight up? Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
You need
They're
your
both
cord.
That's weird, man. I don't know what to tell you about that one.
Did you go straight into a wall and it'll be fine or no?
Eric, you got this one?
No, I wanted to ask some questions. You flipped. I didn't see what happened. For some reason, the camera was messed up. You flipped it around in the outlet.
Yeah, literally
The
just
surge protector.
flip the outlet around.
The Xbox doesn't have a keyed outlet. Usually, one of the prongs is wider than the other.
No, the Xbox is a dual circle. The Dreamcast and the PlayStation consoles are a square and a circle on the plug.
I swear
the
that
Xbox is a dual circle.
I meant the plugs,
wall
the
side.
prong, the wall side itself. They're identical width.
Yeah, I mean, I have tons of these cords though.
Yeah,
so it could easily be that this console is somehow specific, but I mean, that's not.
Are you sure that's an original Xbox?
It's not. It's not. An
doesn't
original
look like it
Xbox
was a
cord
knot on
does
it.
have the ground and the power side switched. They are different on an
Let me
original
check. I
Xbox
actually
cord.
have a bunch of spares.
I can go check mine real quick if you really want to too.
I have like 5 of them or more, but I don't know if they're original Xbox or if they're PlayStation. But I, do
didn't
have
think they had
Xbox
the
ones.
magnet on the original one. I thought they were just a straight cord.
The original Xbox
That's
cord
a PS2 one.
does have a larger power side and smaller ground side.
So I also
Eric.
have this Xbox one, which is very specific to Xbox.
Yes.
And maybe that'll solve the problem. But those prongs aren't different sizes either.
Yeah, the basic cord that I have that came with the Xbox original. I have a couple. I had a couple boxed ones that I had, and I would assume they're probably original, but they very well might not be.
I don't think they have that big magnet on
It
it.
says Xbox, it's Microsoft,
Yeah.
it's some extra power saving or power protection one they came out with later, and it's not keyed at all.
Someone said that those were.
I've never seen that one.
That those
It just looks like
I've got one of those too.
the one that you have plugged into the console has the magnet on it, right? I don't think that's on the
Magnet?
original one.
The
Yeah,
ferrite core.
it has the round magnet thing on it.
It does, yeah.
You can see it
One
right
that's
there.
plugged in.
So that,
Yeah,
it's
right
not
over there.
original. though.
I'm just checking if the other one I have has one. Yeah, this one has one too.
Do you have a customer that requires dual use of either the positive or negative side of the cord?
What?
Is that their demands?
No, this is the console I wanted to mod and sell off. But I don't
okay.
want to do it if it's got that problem.
So you tried every other cord and it does the same thing?
Yeah, I've
Or
tried.
just
I have
that
another one plugged into the wall over there for my Xbox. It does the same thing. I haven't tried all these ones yet, but I can't see them being any different. I mean,
Just
this
sell it
one
as-
maybe. This one could be different, but I doubt it because it still isn't.
Take it to GameStop and get $30 store credit for it.
Not in Canada.
Not yet,
$40
buddy.
store
Just,
credit.
Just sell it to
$0.
somebody and block them on Facebook as soon as you sell it. That's what I
Oh,
do.
man.
No, I'm joking.
I'm
No,
gonna
that's what
take
he
it
does.
apart and look for corrosion on the board. I think that's the only.
Sell it
hope
as
I have.
limited edition, right?
Yeah,
I don't think it has. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it has the simple fact to do with that the Xbox has a built-in voltage regulator, and you're flip flopping the power and the ground side on the cable, and that might be throwing it off.
It's not getting enough power to the system, and that could be giving.
Yeah, but
it
I've
more.
plugged in tons of Xboxes before. It's never made a difference.
No, me neither. That's why I'm thinking it's a problem with the hardware.
Yeah, but
haven't
you
opened
said
this one up
you've
yet,
done
so-
more than one Xbox, right? And it still does it.
No. I have other Xboxes that work fine.
So then there's probably something wrong with the voltage regulator inside of that Xbox.
How about you do this real quick? You saw that other Xbox on the floor, right? That another one. Why don't you plug that one into that same cord into the wall, and then do the cord flip?
That's what he said that he would.
Yeah, that
he
one's
would-
fine.
That one
Oh.
doesn't have the problem. Another
No.
Xbox with the same cord does not have this problem.
That's correct.
Well, I know the earlier models have disk drive problems, where like that's the only thing I know.
Yeah,
They
Well,
fixed
this is
it.
a 2002 model.
It's not likely that
Classic
Microsoft would
Microsoft.
put out a bad product or like a
Really?
we can rule that out.
This isn't an Apple machine here, you know.
This sounds like it's Sony sabotaging this Xbox specifically?
It could be
Just
it
that
could,
particular
it could be
Xbox.
the capacitor on that voltage regulator in there going bad.
Yeah,
Does that
I
have anything to
agree.
do with the
I just plugged in
component
my
for
other
the
Xbox.
clock
I
thing?
flipped the cord on the back on my other Xbox, and it actually throws a service error. Oh no, now it's just throwing service errors. So this one's just messed. What did I do to that one?
Have you tried?
Gary on the chat?
Yeah, are you sure? Is it the cord? Have you tried that one first Xbox you showed us with multiple cords, and it has the same problem or not?
I just sold off the one I was using most reliably. So both of the. Oh no, this one I was gonna mod. This one I've already modded. Hold on. This
No,
one's already
I mean
modded.
the first Xbox you showed us. Have you tried plugging it in with a different cord?
Yes. I tried plugging in with the cord that I've been using my Xbox on for months.
And it doesn't have this problem?
No.
If any
It's gotta
random
be-
people are just tuning into this, welcome to the Tech Support Podcast.
Yeah,
Eric legit
This is the
looks like
classic
tech support.
IT support right here.
Yeah.
Hello,
I
Mike.
just
1,000
tried
questions.
Discord.
Have you tried
just
turning
tried
it
this
off
one.
and on again?
Yeah.
Have you reset the machine?
The best part is my phone battery's gonna die any minute now.
All right. So Derek, can you claim? Do you know? Do you have an idea? Do you think it's the cord, or do you think it's the system?
I think it's the system.
Based on the experiments you've tried.
I think
Well,
it's
you
the
can
system.
open it up and take a look. Then, if
And
you're
I'm
gonna
going
mod the
to.
machine, you have to pop it open too, right?
Well,
Yeah, I'm gonna open it up. It's a 2002 one, so it's like a revision 1, like a version 1 or 1.1. So it's gonna be old design
Yeah.
inside, and those ones are likely to have the capacitor leak, and that often screws with the power at the front of the board.
Yeah.
And I've repaired one before that had traces that were corroded, and I had to bypass all those wires, like wire in my own wires to bypass the bad traces, and that fixed that.
I
on a
could just
model
give
that's
you-
similar year.
I could just give you $20 and you don't even have to sell the Xbox if you don't want.
Well, I'm gonna mod it and sell it for more, but
Oh, okay.
I'll take $20.
I'll give you $25 then.
I just sold one today for 80 and another one for 80 yesterday, but I put in bigger hard drives and a big collection of like 75 gigs worth of emulators and ROMs.
How much money are you making off of that if you're putting in larger hard drives?
So the hard drives cost me $5 each, but that's not going to last. I only found 3 at $5 each for 160 gig drives.
Oh,
I found another one today, 320 gig, which is way bigger than I need for that, and it was
There-
$25, but they're hard to come by.
There might be something wrong with the transformer on the on the voltage regulator as well. It's in there.
It's possible, and I have other units I can just swap out the whole power supply,
Yeah,
and that's probably what I'll try if the board doesn't show any corrosion.
it's a PC. It's
Yeah,
just a tiny
it's a
PC.
733 megahertz Intel chip.
Yep.
Yeah. I just had never seen that before, and it's weird. I did try this big fat Microsoft block, and it fails either way, no matter which way I flip the cord on the back. Now, of course, I can't flip the cord on the wall because there's crap in the way.
Weird cam.
Yeah, I can't. Anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. There's something
I
with
appreciate
the
the,
power supply. The voltage.
troubleshooting with me.
I actually might have a console that does the same thing, so I'm gonna have to plug something in and try flipping the cable.
Yeah, give it a shot. I'd be curious.
Yeah.
What are you,
But
what are you
I've
using
had
to
like
mod?
7 or 8 of them, and this is the first one to have this weird issue.
Which
I've
which
got-
game are you using to mod?
I'm using Splinter Cell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just curious.
so easy. Once you get
Mechasalt
the memory
Mechasalt
card
works
set up-
too, I believe. The original version of Mechasalt works too, I think.
I don't think
Yeah,
I
it
have the
does.
original Mechasalt.
I have
There's
Mech-
one other that works. There's
Is
3
there a
games.
variant that you need?
As far as I understand, for Splinter Cell, it has to be the first one. It
Yeah.
can't be greatest hits. Someone said,
Yeah, it does it. Same with Mechasalt. It has to be the first release.
because otherwise they probably just fix the bug. There's the Splinter Cell.
Yeah, it's a launch title.
Yeah, but do you mean just not having the greatest hits version, or are there like later revisions of the disc that won't have it?
That's exactly it. The first release of it works. The later revisions are
They
patched.
fixed the bug. Yeah.
Okay, how do I tell?
If you have the case that's the original game,
Yeah.
It'll be the original game, and it should work.
If you have like the greatest hits
we're
version or whatever, then you don't have the
like a
original.
different version.
No, greatest hits discs are different.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll get some stuff across the bottom.
Yeah, like this thinking greatest hits discs being different made me think of the Sonic 06 fact that you get the greatest hits version and it's like mostly fixed.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard that the greatest hits one's like a completely normal game, and it's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I want to find it, but I never can. I probably passed it up a billion times because I hate greatest hits.
Yeah, the platinum hits or whatever it's called.
Platinums.
It looks awful on a shelf.
So I've never heard this. There's something wrong with Sonic 06 unless it's the greatest hits version.
Wait, you've never heard that there's anything wrong with Sonic 06?
Are you being
That I've heard, but
facetious,
I've never
Eric?
heard it was fixed anywhere.
Yeah, but apparently there's a difference if you play the greatest hits version. Platinum hits.
Okay, because I always avoid platinum hits too, and I've been looking for that game. Maybe I'll just grab the platinum hits.
The original version
Grab
is
the
just
platinum
garbage.
hits and tuck it into the original case, so you don't have to look at the eyesore.
There you go. Now, wait a minute. What do you mean it's garbage? You mean like the game itself is garbage, or you mean it's like full of bugs?
It's a glitchy, buggy mess.
Okay.
A little of both.
I got you.
You clip through walls. You just it's insane. The game's
But this
just
was in the
insane.
era of cable, broadband. Did they not have a patch for it? Could they not patch the original game? I mean, it's a 360 game, right?
I just don't think they cared enough to do it, and then when they were doing the Platinum Hits version anyway, they figured out might as well just fix it on the disc.
But they never created a patch for the original owners?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Which is why it's such an uncommon thing to notice. I'd be curious to see which version different reviewers are using, where it's like, it's not as bad as people say. Are you using the greatest hits version?
Who was it that featured that? I think it was Cygnus Destroyer. I think that talked about
yeah,
that.
you're the one that mentioned that.
All right. I'm out, guys. Have a good one.
See you
Good.
later.
Take care. Thanks, Derek. Good night.
Thank you.
Later.
Leave or we're going on a completely different topic.
His phone battery is dying.
Yeah. Honestly, the worst greatest hits thing I've ever seen in terms of like the mainstream console stuff, like the platinum hits with the silver cases is crappy looking, but GameCube, the player's choice,
Ugh, yellow.
yeah, where you're on your spines, it's like black, yellow. What the hell?
What do you mean, like the way my collection looks?
Yeah, it's like you get a bunch of players' hits versions, and suddenly you've got a Bumblebee on your shelf.
But the GameCube, that version of Melee is like the one you want if you want to play. There's a mod now for Melee for GameCube. If you have that one, you can get more features unlocked for the modded game. I'm trying to remember what the mod is called, but basically all you do is download it and you can put it on your memory card. And then depending on your version, if you have vanilla, which is the original, it works, but there's way more features. There's more skins. The stages are everything's unlocked basically. You don't have to worry about unlocking everything. So it's basically set up for tournament competition.
One of the coolest setups I've seen for greatest hits was Reggie's, where he uses the PS3 red cases for all of his survival horror games.
Oh yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, that was cool.
I thought that was a pretty badass idea.
Yeah.
Anyway, Paul wants to show his pickups, I think.
Okay.
Nope.
Denied. We've already done those.
Veto.
No, Paul wants to show his.
Well, I could look at FitNat's component cables all day.
Troubleshoot.
He said no.
It was comics this time.
Comics? Oh, okay. My second favorite.
Oh, is this
Right.
this is the big pickup, right, Paul?
That's right.
Yeah, so that guy that I had my biggest pickup from randomly phoned me up today, and he's like, "Hey, do you still want Nintendo stuff? I got the original one with the guns and everything." So I'm like, "Oh, okay, so it's not going to be, Wii games or something. It sounds legit." So yeah, pulls up. There, I pull up, and he's got this big bin full of stuff waiting for me. So that was pretty cool. Oh, excuse me.
Nice.
That's the chair.
Uh-huh.
The wooden
There
chair.
it is.
So three NESs, no games. I checked all the slots.
Was he a dealer or something?
And he was
Not in video games.
he was a property manager. That's my tip. Talk to your property managers. They may have a bunch of crap lying around they don't know what to do with.
Cleaning it out of apartments and stuff.
Or the
So
very
3
least, they'll be
NES.
showing movies. Weekends.
Here's the light guns. 1 and 2. And now it doesn't have the adapter for it, but satellite. Actually, don't have the satellite. I don't really need it, but it's kind of cool. A pair of Game Genies, both from Comerica. The Canadian Game Genies. Anybody want a Comerica one?
I've got one of each. A Galoob and a Comerica.
Me too.
I've got 2 of the same.
I need a Comerica book. I have a Galoob book. I need a Comerica book.
NES Advantage, another one of these guys. They're pretty cool.
I don't have one of those. I should get one of those, but I only see them at the shows.
I'm not going to show you every controller, but it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 or 12 NES cartridge or NES
controllers,
and a couple boxed games. Defender 2, Afterburner. I was disappointed that one of these wasn't Tengen Tetris. Original Tetris.
There you go, the better one.
And Ms. Pac-Man.
Oh.
Tengen Pac-Man. Boxes aren't the greatest shape. Yeah, so, and then all the controllers, and then whole stack of games.
Wow.
One of them's the Zelda.
Dragon Warrior.
Micro Machines.
Let's save that one. Snoopy's Silly Sports Spectacular. Pinball.
5-screw?
No.
No. Boo.
Simon's Quest. Quattro. Well, this is the one I wasn't sure what the value of it was. Treasure Master.
Oh, I don't have that one.
I don't even know that one.
Somebody want to look that up for me?
I'll take that off your hands for you.
Xevious. Everybody's got Xevious. Hubert. Turtles 2, the arcade.
Good game.
Turtles 3, Manhattan Project.
Another good game.
Battletoads.
Excellent.
And Contra.
Wow.
Make for some nice trade bait. So, yeah, it pays to give people your card. I mean, for all those times that I give people my number, they never call back. But I shouldn't say never, but they never repeat call back. Usually it's just kind of one and done. But yeah, he said, I kept your number and it's sitting on the table, so he's gonna give me a call back because he's got some vintage radios that I might be interested in, like the old wooden ones. He said that he gave away a pinball machine, a non-working one, but still. So he's kind of a nice guy to know. There's all the stuff and all the controllers. So, yeah. Another box of stuff. Pretty cool. No Ninja Gaiden trilogy here. Something like that in there, but
no little Samson in there, or
a little. Yeah, I couldn't wait. I was like, I'll reveal it on the Hangout, but I'm like, what if something really is cool is in there? I couldn't just not look. What's that Treasure Master sitting at? Anyway. Oh, I don't have them with me, but I went to the dump and worked out a deal with them
for more Commodore monitors.
Fixed a couple things for him. Yeah, picked up like the tan and black Commodore monitor, and then a newer, just plain tan one. I forget what model that would have been, but that has RGB on the back. So I think I told a couple people about those.
Commodore monitors.
Yeah, that's right. Because last week we didn't broadcast.
Yeah, last week. So now I have 3 Commodore monitors. If Yoshi was on here, I was going to ask him because somebody actually cut the power cord on the one Commodore. Usually people just do that because they're lazy and they don't want to unplug it, or it's they deem it as, oh, this is recycling. We got to cut the cord so nobody fishes it out of the garbage. Well, I fished it out of the garbage anyway.
A lot of people cut the cord off for scrap.
Yeah, or they cut it off to like punish their kids so they can't use the thing.
I have
I actually had a
yeah,
cousin
it
that had
was a
that
straight
happen, though.
blade, so they obviously were just, I think, just cutting it for recycling and ended up at the dump. But the other one was fine. It powers on. I just got a power cord for it, and so that one works. I was just going to ask Yoshi or somebody to see if it's easy enough to open it up and
Surprised
not
Yoshi
kill
didn't
myself.
wake up. Just you talking about that.
I need a Commodore monitor. I still don't have one.
Yeah. So they have really good video quality on them. Even just the composite, which is what I use most of the time, 90% of the time anyway. So, yeah, happy about that. I picked up some junk somebody was just gonna get rid of. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'd love to do. That's a good idea, actually. I should do that with mine. What'd you what's the bottom look like? Okay, so you opened it up and fastened it in there proper,
it's
right?
legit.
Nice. That's pretty cool. That's a good idea. I've seen the light gun. Like people stand the light gun up, right?
Yeah, this one was the
kinda
joystick
funny.
was broken. The actual like where the ball screws onto it.
Oh, okay.
It snapped off right there, so I was like, hell with it. I might as well make a lamp out of it. It's kind of
Yeah,
cool.
that's cool. I should do that.
Yeah.
That's what I
Actually, the next one I make though isn't going to have the roller switch. It'll be a toggle here.
Oh yeah.
I'll put a
That'd be
toggle switch
awesome.
on the 2 red buttons is on and off.
Nice.
I'll probably start selling
And
these
then
at conventions.
make the turbo adjuster, like your brightness.
switch.
Yeah, dimmer switch.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to start making these and selling them at conventions.
Set mood to turbo.
The NES Advantage is a really unpopular controller for some reason, and I don't know why.
I like it. It's great for shooters.
Yeah, well,
You ever use
I
it
think
for
that's the
shooting?
problem is that the NES is lacking in shooters, so people just kind of overlook it.
Not worth it just for Tiger Heli.
Well,
It's
it's
for the
not that
shooters
for
that they-
Stinger and for
I know. I'm just making a joke.
There's a lot of
I like Tiger Heli though.
Cobra Triangle. There's
Life Force and Gradius and
Life Force. Yeah.
Legendary Wings.
yeah, Legendary Wings, Scoon.
Guardian. Yeah, Legend of the Guardian or whatnot.
Scoon's probably one of the best ones on the system. This
There's
submarine
a huge. There's actually a big list of NES shooters that people just don't pay attention. That's one of the systems I wouldn't mind going after, just chopping away one game at a time. I haven't officially in my mind decided I'm going after all NES shooters. But I'm kind of split between Genesis and NES. I think there are actually a good amount of.
Genesis is expensive. The stuff on NES
Genesis
is cheap
gets
except for Zombie Nation.
And
Scoon.
What's that? Gun Neck. It's about
Yeah, Gun Neck's like $100, and Scoon's like
Yeah.
50 right now.
Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, the NES is
Overall,
actually
like,
pretty cheap if you're gonna get
Overall
into it.
cheaper, everything considered.
Yeah, but like Genesis, the average price for a shooter on the Genesis is like $30 to $40.
Yeah, if you're going complete.
Yeah.
Even loose carts. Most of the loose carts are in the $30, $40 range.
Truxton for the Sega Genesis.
Especially Truxton. Truxton's ridiculous now. Complete Truxton's $100.
How much is
Truxton's
a
getting
loose?
up there just 'cause
Loose
of
is
the-
about $50 now.
Cool. I'm
Mark
glad
kinda
I
talks
caught
it up.
mine for like $5.
It's. I don't think it's that. I mean, it's not. It doesn't command the price because of the gameplay. It's not anything
No,
crazy
it's,
special.
it's because Lord Carnage
It's just because of
loved
Mark.
it so much.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
Truxton and Truxton.
It's a good shooter. It's pretty good.
Truxton on the Vectrex.
One of these
Yeah, it's
doesn't
pretty-
run Truxton.
It's pretty good, but I get pissed off with the bars on the side. I don't like when games cut away the playing angle or playing field with
One shooter on the Genesis that I can highly recommend that is very overlooked and is pretty cheap is in Sector X.
Sector X is pretty good.
I love that game.
What was some Arrow Flash I like. People don't talk about Arrow Flash very much.
Nope. Yeah.
Yeah, if I went Genesis, I would go
Steel Empire.
Steel Empire. That's one that I really like. That Musty knows I would want.
Yeah, Steel. I got a complete Steel Empire sitting over on the shelf. It's pretty good. It's okay.
I like the colors on that. It's pretty cool.
Play the colors.
Another a weird one's Granada. If you've ever played Granada,
Granada's pretty good. Yeah, that's the one where you're kind of going around in caves or whatnot, right?
Yeah, you're the tank. You're that weird little four-wheeled tank that can spin 360 degrees.
Yeah.
And you're going down like corridors and hallways and stuff.
That one is trippy. What was one that was really interesting? Not Gadget Twins, even though that's all right.
Gaiares?
Yeah, Gaiares is pretty good. I gotta. There's one where. Yeah, it's skipping me, but that's one catalog I wouldn't mind. If I could go loose on that, I think I could come close to completing it. I mean, if I stumble across a what's that stupid, ridiculous priced one?
Musha.
Yeah.
I don't even think it's worth the price of admission.
You get a Japanese one a lot cheaper.
Yeah, that would bother my brain though.
Me too.
You have a complete set? Yeah. Except this is Japanese. Oh, so it's not complete. Well, I mean it's Japanese, but it's the same game.
Yeah, you can't read it or anything. It's all in Japanese.
I don't want to do that with
There's
people.
nothing to read. It's
Don't
Musha.
care. Don't care.
There's a lot of games. I mean, you could have like a few hundred games for the Genesis and the Mega Drive just for shooters, and you'd have a huge library. So
Yeah, I think the Genesis,
That's
the
17
Genesis Mega Drive's probably got probably 50 shooters or 40 shooters overall.
yeah.
So what I'm getting from the shooter discussion is that I'm the only one that likes Tiger Heli on the NES.
Tiger Heli's good.
Yeah.
Nope. I was gonna say
Silkworm. You know, Sammy didn't put out a lot of games, like the game developer, but or what would they have been? Developer, yeah, studio. Anyway,
Publisher.
Yeah, they didn't put out a lot of games, but they did put out some good shooters.
Was there a game called Salamander on something?
Yeah,
That's
like
Life Force.
Oh, okay.
they're slightly different, but yeah, same game in title, but the one on the Salamander is actually a little bit different.
Okay. I just was remembering there's a game called Salamander. What was that?
Salamander's harder.
Hmm.
Difficulty's ramped up.
I like it. It's pretty easy to find, but I'm guessing it was a arcade game. But Choplifter is a pretty fun combination between like shooter and like collect them all, kind of
pick up the guys
game.
Kind of like Defender.
Yeah, I like that one. Though. It's pretty fun, and it's cheap. You can get it like complete for $10 most days. So.
Yeah, Defender's the same thing. Defender and Defender 2.
Yeah. Hey,
which system? Which system do you have Choplifter on?
On the Master System. Sega Master System.
Well, I know. I mean, I play it on the Master System, but it's not on the NES, is it?
Mm-mm.
No. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, I got to go, guys. It was nice talking to you this week. We'll see you next week. Thanks. Bye.
Later, Eric.
Yeah.
Like midnight.
I'm probably gonna go and hit up some more Pokemon Red here and regain ground.
You can put the stream back on, so you can put out the stream on.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the stream on. But
across the streams.
Yeah, I don't want I think what confused me is I got too many things going on at once here, so I'm just gonna
You
focus
crossed
on
the
that.
frames and now you can't get anything straight.
Yeah, I messed. Lost all my save progress for that hour and a half.
Oh, Guardian Legend. That was another game I was thinking. Oh, shoot.
If you want to get my attention, or I might be back on before you end it. I don't know when you're gonna end it, so. But I'm gonna go do that, and I'll be back in probably like an hour and a half.
Trying to get that hour back.
Yep, I am determined. I made some pretty good progress there too. Kind of bummed out.
Before you leave, Troy, I just want to ask you about Pokemon real quick, because I was gonna bring it up as a subject, because it seems to be, and I was reading in the chats that Pokemon has like a stigma to it, that it seems like a lot of people aren't even giving the game a shot this month. They're seems at least yeah, they're like yeah, well, this isn't. They're not saying they're like this. I'm not playing this month or anything, and it seems like there's a stigma to it, and it seems like this is the first time you're playing. And I like it because I think it's for someone who doesn't like very in-depth RPG games. This game is very simple, and I think I kind of respect that for that part. I just wanted to understand if that's what you're feeling. No,
I think it's like my thing with it before, and the only reason why I'm playing it is because of the Cartridge Club thing, right?
Yeah.
So, and I was like, you know what? I have it. I'm going to give it a shot. Why not? Right. And I like it. But the thing that was sort of, I think, scares people off is it is involved in a way. Like, it's a simple game to play, but ultimately it's there's a billion Pokemon in the lineage of games. There's tons of them. So to go I'm going to start playing Pokemon now, and I mean, that's a huge undertaking if you haven't been doing it ever, right? So I think that's what scares people away. And so they're just I'm not going to play that. And for me, what kept me away from it was I'm of that age where it came out and was popular in North America, but I was just a little too old for it, right? Pokemon was a kid's thing. I was a teenager.
Yeah.
So I never looked at it. I was just it's kids stuff, whatever. I never really thought much of it.
I was gonna say that's the way I kind of felt originally, because like I said, it came out when I was a teenager too, and I remember I bought the game with that was my first Game Boy. I bought the Game Boy Color pack that came with Pokemon Yellow, so that was the first one I was like, all right, I'll try it, but it's actually, for how easy it is, I think it's kind of fun.
I think it's totally. There's so much. There's actually more to it than it appears. When you're playing it, sure, it's you got a few options of how you're going to attack, and basically there's certain things that work and certain things that don't. But even that part of it is to know which kind of Pokemon is good against other ones. That part's in depth. You got the parts where it's they're evolving. That has some depth to it. You've got parts where it's I'm looking at it right now, going, which ones do I choose? Which do I work on?
Which 6 do you want to roll with? Yeah.
Yeah, and that in and of itself is difficult, and I barely have any right now. I have maybe 15 or something.
Yeah, and then
20.
there's whatever it's called, where you can manipulate the stats for each Pokemon, and there's different stats for the male and female versions of the Pokemon.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, there's a lot more going on, I think, than people give it credit for. They're oh, it's too simple or something. I think there's more to it than people actually give it credit for.
Like I said, I read the comments in, or it's like I said, on the forums, and it's people aren't giving it a shot, and I'm a little bothered by it. I understand, because it comes off very as, oh, this is a kid's game.
Hey, I just added it to my top 100 list, dude.
Yeah.
So it knocked something off my list.
Wait until you play the good generations.
I probably would. I'm really enjoying this one, and I'm not even a huge Game Boy player. It never really interested me. I thought the games are all too simple or ugly looking or whatever, but this is keeping me going, so I'm happy with it.
I just wanted to hear your opinion, because I'm glad you're having fun with it and you gave it a shot. So
yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed the original one, Pokemon Blue. I didn't play anything after that because they got too complicated.
Well, to me,
I like that it was simple.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was simple. It was 162? Is it the
151?
Original? Yeah.
Yep.
And then it seems like they just kept adding, oh, here's 100 more, here's 100 more, but it's the same game. That's the way it came off to me. So I was like, well, why do I need to keep
Yeah, they started adding in weird stuff with
Garbodor.
And
all the nonsense with eggs and all kinds of random crap.
What's the chandelier one called?
I don't even know.
Yeah, but there's Garbodor. It's literally a garbage bag Pokemon.
Yeah, they have an ice cream cone one and all kinds of random keys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a sword.
The original one was
Edge.
solid, and it was the gameplay mechanics were great. It was an RPG, but it was a good introduction to RPGs if you had never played one. It was just it's just a good game.
Yeah. I'm only not playing it because I have so many other games that I need to finish just because of what I've been buying over like Black Friday and everything. I just can't justify playing Pokemon when I've got other stuff.
Well,
but if you've already beaten it or
Yeah.
you've already played it, then
I played it when it was out. I want to play it. It's just like I would feel just weird playing Pokemon when I've got other stuff to finish.
See, like I got finals. School ends for me like in a week. So it's like I graduate next Friday. Not this Friday, but next Friday. So it's like I don't know if I have time this month until that's done with. So, but it's really nice that I could actually take it with me, like to work with my Game Boy, and just that's the only time I really have time for it. Right now, I'm playing because this is like the only time I have any available free time. So I'm playing it right now on my side TV here. You know.
I should say I don't mean that Pokemon is inferior to the other games I have to play so much as I couldn't really concentrate on Pokemon if I had those other games in the back of my mind.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of a choice and preference for the moment type thing.
Well, all this talk about Pokemon, I'm gonna try to catch up to where I was.
I can see it's bothering you. You're like, I gotta get that out.
I gotta get back to where I was, man.
Yeah, I've got a friend that's really into
I'll let you
Pokemon.
be.
I'm going to turn him onto this, see if he wants to join in for the month.
Yeah. More the merrier.
Well, he won't, because he didn't even join in for Bioshock, because that was the thing. I've tried to get him in for months and months.
Some people can't sway.
Yeah. Would have swayed him if we did a Halo game, but that didn't work. Because he collects Halo stuff.
So does Musty.
Yeah. Did someone just fart?
I think so. I think it was Paul.
No, I farted earlier, but not that time.
Oh.
Not this time.
You a little squeaker out?
Mine rumble. Mine's more of a bass sound.
You had a brown note with yours?
No trouble. No.
Can you see
You know,
that?
I was looking at everyone's 2006, 2016 photos, and I was like, I don't even know where I can even find photos from 2006.
Yeah, actually, I was looking at that too. I want to put one up, but I don't even know if I have pictures for that.
It's like doing a couple of years earlier.
I just didn't take pictures.
No, I don't either. I don't do it right now to begin with that much. That much. No, well, that's before. Like I think I even had like a phone in my camera. Or if it was, they were terrible. Cameras.
I don't know if I have any pictures from then, but I would just be like a bit chubbier and no beard. That's it.
I don't know what you're supposed to do with this. It's like,
what are you playing? Defender 2?
Treasure Master.
Actually, I know where I have a
Treasure
picture.
Master.
I could post
It's
up
like
there's a picture from my
barely-
yearbook that's online right now.
Like, you're supposed to collect stuff. I have no idea how to collect stuff. You can't jump on anything. And then it looks like I'm powering up, but then I actually die. Kind of looks like the same pattern that... this kind of feels a lot like Battle Kid. You ever play Battle Kid, that homebrew game?
No.
I mean, Battle Kid plays better, but it sort of controls similar, if you know what I mean.
No.
Right, like you have to press left to move, and then if you stop, you just stop on the spot. All right, so I picked up something. The guy jumps like a tool. You see this? Woo! No, you can't.
We can't really see the character or anything. You can see basically the ground. Yeah, that's slightly better. The brightness.
Hmm. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it can see most everything, provided the entire background is white, except for the items. Oh, there's a cloud. The protagonist character. And that flying thing.
Anyway, I don't really get it. He jumped like an idiot.
I didn't get it.
Woo! 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 And then you're supposed to collect something that this guy. But there's like, there's only 2 buttons, right?
Press select.
I think you hover over it long enough and then it picks it up.
Yeah.
It's weird. I'm going to put it on my stack of NESs. There. A little better. Getting back to my Let's Play days. Let's focus in here. It's too bright.
Aesthetic.
You're using a Retron?
Yeah, man.
Boo.
I don't have any spare NESs to...
Boo. We got 3 of them.
I don't have any spare NESs to put in my room here. These are actually good shape. It didn't come from like a chain smoker's house. That's nice.
Goosebump board game.
What's the 2000? What's the hashtag for that thing? Does anybody know? The old and new picture, was it then and now?
It was hashtag 2006 versus 2016, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Mine's going to be old.
How am I supposed to make this jump? Oh, he can swim. Look. Where am I? Oh, crap.
Underwater?
Yeah, he goes underwater, but where is he? Oh, you know what? He's probably on this part. Piece of garbage. All right. Oh, and then I get dropped on. Okay, so I go over this side. Okay. Nope. I'm stuck up here. I can see his foot. Stupid. What? I go all the way back? I hate these games. Not collecting any items. So what do I collect? I mean, anyway.
Who was it that posted the picture where they had, like the old picture, they had long hair and sunglasses on?
That was Jeremy. Jeremy Threeb.
Yeah. Kind of looked like Cisco Ramon from The Flash. Vibe.
Ugh. Do I push this thing over? The music's okay. It kind of sounds like... Here.
What game is this?
It kind of sounds like Silver Surfer.
Actually, it does.
It's made by ASC Treasure Master. Yeah, the music sounds good. The music's better than the gameplay. Gameplay's terrible. But I mean, there's no point in going down in here. It's one of these dead-end games that I would have returned if I rented it. Yeah, this sounds a lot like Silver Surfer. Or another game. There's another game that sounds similar. Can I go down here? No. Instant death. Game over.
It's the same composer as Silver Surfer.
Okay. Really? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Co-composer Jeff Fallen.
ASC.
Fallen, his brother. AS. And he also did Solstice, Sky Shark, Pictionary.
Oh, really?
It's on the Commodore 64 and Amiga. I'm trying to look for NES. Sky Shark?
Well, it's good music. The game just sucks. Hey, did you see this? Look, 1-900-370 treasure.
It's a treasure
Oh,
made game.
it's also the same guy that did the soundtracks for Spider-Man and X-Men Arcade's Revenge on the Super Nintendo, and Starsky and Hutch on PS2. So if something has strangely out of place, funky soundtrack, that's probably why. Have you heard the soundtrack to Spider-Man and X-Men Arcade's Revenge? It is really weirdly out of place.
It's good music.
It is. It's just like, why?
I just wish the game was better.
So do I.
The other ones, nothing really standing out here. Defender 2, it's a HAL game.
It's like the opening music for Spider-Man Arcade, or Spider-Man and the X-Men.
Or X-Men.
Like, yeah, it sounds like it's one of those openings to those old shows where like there should be pictures of the cast with their names, their characters underneath as like cars or driving around and turning corners and shit.
There you go. I just posted up my Twitter one.
Gosh. This thing's gonna destroy my game.
Oh.
Oh.
Live on camera, destruction of an NES game.
Alright, let's do Defender.
Mine's 15 years apart, though. 2001 and 2016. I can't find anything from 2006.
Well, you just BS'd it. So I think Musty did, because he got really long hair in one picture and really short hair in one picture.
Yeah, actually, 2006, I had...
Anakin Skywalker cosplay.
2006, I had extremely long hair. I can't find any pictures from that.
That was an Anakin Halloween costume in 2002.
Yeah.
Anakin? You nerd.
And you denied enjoyment of the prequels.
Had the braid and everything.
You nerd.
Nerd.
It was a good likeness, I'll give that to you.
That was funny. That's funny now you think about it. It's funny.
I don't know if that's any easier to see.
No.
Sorry, I've been muted. I'm in the middle of my first significant boss battle.
HAL America.
I think you can turn down the game music just so less likely to get flagged.
For Defender 2?
Who knows?
Well, I thought about asking somebody if I just do that triple music, if I play Nintendo, Konami, and Capcom, was it?
So
then
do Sterling said it works.
Yeah, just play
no one can claim it.
Triple flag my
shows in Final Fantasy 15.
This is fun. Nice arcade game.
Anyway, this is just a thought for a random thing. Just figured bring it up because there's nothing really going on here. I brought it up to P1 actually already on Xbox, but I was thinking maybe there might be. It should be. God, what? I'm tired right now. Might be a good idea to do like a hangout on a different day at a different time for people in different time zones.
We've tried that before.
Have?
I believe Paul tried it and no one came in.
No, I mean like a completely different day and time.
Yeah, I've tried it, but yeah, people just don't show up, or I don't know. I mean, it's nice to I think I've been able to talk to somebody like on a Saturday that usually can't be around, but it's usually just that one person, and then nobody else is around. It's hard when it's not predictable. Plus, it's hard to commit to like every single time that you'd like to be able to do it.
Yeah, just like trying. I wasn't talking about you doing it. I was talking about like maybe me or someone else doing it. Just as a more variety of streams for people to access.
Well, you can't use the name CC Hangouts or Let's Hang Out. That's trademarked by
Google.
So is CC Hangouts referring to Cartridge Canuck or the Cartridge Club? Because
I would assume Cartridge Club.
Well, see, I would assume Cartridge Canuck because when I first showed up on the scene, people called me CC. So now I'm like, oh, okay. CC Hangouts makes sense, right?
Yeah.
They're not the MH
It works.
Hangouts.
It works
that
both
doesn't sound
ways.
that doesn't sound as catchy, right, Musty?
Holy shit!
Maybe if it was called
MySpace is still a thing.
MySpace.
Yeah, I just logged on to my old account from like fucking 10 years ago, and I actually have like pictures and shit on here. Wow.
They're hanging on for dear life.
This is so much fun.
We all still here? Yep, still here.
Holy hell.
What is it now? What is he doing? He's winding up for the big one.
Oh no, alien. I keep forgetting which things are good. All right.
This Batman manga is kind of strange now that I'm looking at it. Some pages are in color and some aren't, but it's not any sort of consistency. Like, here's one that's kind of in color in certain spaces. But it's really odd. Don't know if anyone could even see that because I was blocking my own view.
Looks like the Death Star.
Yeah.
Oh, it's my pet peeve. Look, it's got that huge bar on the bottom.
Yeah, but like on this manga, it's really weirding me out. Page 3, like technically page 1 of the book, is like the opening chapter page, and that's in color. And then page 4 and 5 aren't in color. 6 and 7 are in color. 8 and 9 are not. And then 10 and 11 are. What the hell? It's like every other couple pages.
That looks like a good thing. It's a star. How could that be bad? That's a power up. Alright, well. You know what, Guardian Legend? People are like, oh, Guardian Legend. No. Gun's too slow. I'm working with 2/3 of the screen. These things look good, and then I go to get them and destroy my ship. Oh, that was good, apparently. I don't know what the hell that thing was. Can't trust anything. Oh, that's something. Yeah, those are just garbage. Metals. Slowing down. What's going on? Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. They're throwing baguettes at me. That's an unusual tactic.
Maybe in regular Canada, not French. French Canada. So maybe in regular Canada, but not in French Canada. It's a normal thing.
Yeah. All right, let's try Snoopy's.
Take the baguette.
Yeah, and Skyrim, it's arrow to the knee, and French Canada, it's baguette to the face.
We. We.
We. Come on. Ah. I'll just rape my game. Snoopy's Sports Spectacular. Oh, look. No, you guys can't see. Holy cow. How bright do you need to be?
Looks just like a glowing box.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like you got like a piece of metal in a microwave.
Sack race. Flying. Okay. Oh, that's kind of cool. Good animation. Woodstock, you're cheating. Woodstock pushes him ahead. You bastard. Oh. I lost? I was across the line first. No, I went out. I went out. There's literally fireworks going off behind the Colosseum in Rome. And then it has another separate photo of the Statue of Liberty on the Empire State Building. Empire State Building. Sorry, the Empire State Building and a U.S. flag underneath of it. It's weird. I don't know what the two have to do with each other. Let's do pile of pizza. Oh, I moved too fast.
All right, guys. Well, I'm out of here.
All right. See you next week.
Got to pack it in for work.
Yeah, I understand.
Later.
See you.
Yep.
You don't want to see me play a microwave? All right. Nothing else really to test out.
I think we've seen you play a toaster oven before.
Yeah. Well, Defender's fun. I want the game, but I don't want the box. Actually, you know who likes boxes from me? Dean. Dean will take these. I'll work it towards a trade. He wants to trade me a Mario RPG.
He did get you that poster.
Yeah, he got me that poster too. Yeah. So that'll be worked into the trade. Maybe he'll just get 2 boxes or he'll get 4 boxes for the price of 4. Works for me. Oh. Now I feel like playing some games. Hey, how did people figure out how they were getting such high scores in Mario 1-1?
I don't know. I haven't played it once or looked at the screen.
I don't think guy was getting jacked up scores on one
Musty
run.
could probably tell you, but he probably shouldn't.
I don't know.
Oh, because I wonder if it was a topic on Fandango for you.
No, we were talking about the evolution of the high score challenge.
Rambuck still hasn't corrected the fact that I'm not on the top. Probably.
How come only Lucius gets to use it?
We discussed it, and he has the right numbers now, I think.
Okay.
You're on the top for the Mario challenge?
I was, but I shouldn't have been.
Oh. What was your high score?
When we still were doing life stacking, 58,000 something. But then he said that there weren't any more life stacking things. That was never intentional. So I do have a score that I didn't upload. I need to look what it was. Because I haven't played it since, but I did have 30,400.
Yeah, it seemed like most people were topping out like between 30 and 33 or something like that. But then who was that one guy that was still getting like crazy numbers, like 60 or 70?
Yeah, I don't know. It was like either Matt Bandy or someone else.
Yeah. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, there's the screen of the actual only legitimate high score I got. If you can see that in any way. I'm holding the wrong part of the camera. There we go. Pulling a Troy on this one. Yeah.
Yeah, I never took a picture. Like, I think I got like 33 somewhere. But I just wanted, I saw his score. I'm like, wow, there's no point in taking a picture if I can't even get close to that. So I kind of topped out at that. And I said, all right, well.
Immediately, the score you chose to say is higher than mine.
It is. But I mean,
I know that's not impressive.
Then again, we're bragging about still not winning some sort of challenge. So.
Not in bragging. I just wanted it to be corrected if I'm like being claimed
No, I mean,
top, and
you and me are duking it out for a score that's still not very high.
Not very high at all.
So I mean, well, that seemed to be like kind of the not middle ground, but that kind of, to me, that seemed like the honest score because I'm like,
I had like 23 coins doing that. I could probably get higher than that. I just didn't really try since.
I don't know what the multipliers are like.
Well, there's one hidden life, and you can either go down the pipe or you can keep going straight through the level. You can get the
like
fire
in the
flower.
Right?
Huh?
In the beginning, like after the pipes?
Yeah, you can either go down the pipe or you can skip the pipe, because that way you can get more pickups and stuff like that. You get more coins down below, but you skip most everything else.
You can do both, but yeah, it doesn't help you.
You can't go back. At least I don't think you can.
You can once you get the life. You can go back to that last pipe and go through the pipe. You ever
Never
do
tried
that?
No.
You want me to show you?
Sure. Do I have a choice?
No. No.
Listen,
no,
Come
you
on,
do
Steve.
not have a choice in the matter.
There.
Come over to the
I
dark
can do
side
that
of
pretty consistently.
multiplying your score on Super Mario.
Did you get your tickets for Star Wars yet?
No. I wonder why you brought that up. Now I'm gonna mute so I can cough because that hurt.
Why? Because you're not gonna go? I was probably gonna go this week to buy my tickets.
Yeah, I'm gonna get mine ordered pretty soon. I'm gonna end up going with my parents.
There's one theater I like going to that it seems to now on the weekends it does get a crowd, but for most of the time it has like the least amount of people out of any theater around me. And because I guess
too, it should be fine. I shouldn't have to pre-order my ticket.
yeah. I still like to get them just so I could just walk up and not worry about anything. But the one theater I like going to doesn't do assigned seating, and most theaters by me now do because they have these luxury seats that are leather and they recline and everything. But the one I like going to doesn't have that option. So what they've done to make it, I guess, to draw more people in, they instead of charging, I think those are. I think $15 or $17 a seat for one of those seatings if you go for a luxury seat. My theater is only $7 for a showing or $5 for matinee. So I prefer going to just the regular theater. So
I'm not going to go to Star Wars during a matinee ever again. At least not on a Tuesday.
I want
a cheap day.
For episode 7. I want on Saturday to that theater, and there's 4 people in the theater for the 11 o'clock showing.
Yeah,
So-
I went to the Tuesday matinee for Force Awakens. It was awful.
Well, of course, because there's a lot of cheapskates. You know, they want the luxury seating too by me, so
No,
that's why they
it's
go for the
not
$5
even
Tuesday
that.
for that.
I mean the quality of the showing. I mean, like,
Oh.
the screen was bad. They had it like there was no true black tones in any way. It was all grayed out. Not grayed out, but like you could see that it was kind of like the colors were dim,
Mm-hmm.
and the sound was bad, and it was just really not great. It wasn't in 3D because my mom can't see 3D, and I went with her.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
TV's not working.
No, I don't know. I plan to see it next week Thursday because, like I said, I told my buddy because he told me when that one trailer, the last trailer came out, he's like, "What do you think?" I was like, "Dude, I think we're seeing it Thursday night at 7 o'clock is what I think." And then originally, because the date for it's supposed to be the 16th, but at 7 o'clock on a Thursday, because of like the Eastern showings, they can show it or something like that. So like we'll get the 7 o'clock showing for Thursday. But originally when the date was announced, it's the 16th, which is the day of my graduation. So he's like, hey, what day is that graduation? I'm like, the 16th. He's like, looks like you're not seeing Star Wars. I'm like, fuck! You know, just like we were at work talking about it, and all of a sudden I was like, wait a minute, that's Friday. I was like, we can still go that Thursday and see it. So that's what we're gonna do. See that probably next week Thursday.
I think you told that last week, but it wasn't
probably, but
broadcast,
it wasn't
so.
broadcast. Now
Yeah.
people who are, if anyone's watching now, you get
Yeah.
to hear that clever story.
Yeah, if anyone's watching now, why are you that mad and insane?
Oh, I'm sure Derek will tune into this.
Or are you just
tomorrow.
watching at really slow or fast speeds? And I'm going to sound like I'm talking normal right now.
TV's shitting the bed or something. I don't know.
What happens when you buy a cheap, crappy Retron? And only use composite.
You think my system has something to do with it?
Was that Fruit of the Loom underwear you're rocking there?
The irony of this while trying to set up Mario is evident.
Yeah. I thought you were an electrician, not a plumber.
What is this? It's just flashing red at me.
Uh-oh, dead TV.
I think he's got a few spares.
Yeah, I like this one though. Look, it's blue.
You'll be
Got a
digging through
cool
the dump
little
for another
side
one.
panel. That sucks. It just keeps. You can hear it turn on and then turn on.
Gonna have to send that one to Yoshi.
Take it to the dump. Get a new TV.
It's probably something simple, but I don't know. Yeah, I never had this trouble before. It's been on for longer than this. But, yeah, sometimes you just unplug them and let them rest.
I feel like we're kind of done here.
Yeah. I was gonna say, you know what we should do is because we're all seeing this Thursday night, right? Next week.
No.
We should have a talk next week Thursday.
Jesus Christ.
We should all have a talk after we see it on next week Thursday. To talk about Star Wars and what we
Yeah,
saw.
I'm going Friday.
Damn it!
And then my parents are in town, so I'm not going to be available to talk about it until
Tuesday.
Till Tuesday.
So we can spoil it for everyone next Tuesday, though, right? The following
They steal
Tuesday.
the Death Star plans.
You remember when Vader killed all those people? It's pretty cool.
Which time?
In this movie?
Okay.
No, just. I remember, like, I probably, I don't know if I told that story before, but just I remember I was working with this girl Morgan, and she didn't see episode 2, and I saw it or ever, and we were talking about it at work. And she's like, "Don't tell me anything." I was like, "Oh, only thing you need to know, it's not a big deal, is that Yoda is Anakin's father." Or some shit, and she's like, "What the fuck, man?" And I was like, I deliberately said something that probably doesn't make any sense, or wouldn't really. And she's like, she got mad, she got really mad for a minute. And I was like, I'm busting your chops. I just know, I was like, I just thought of it because I thought it'd be really stupid.
The only thing that makes me nervous about seeing this movie with my parents is the last Star Wars movie I saw with my parents was Episode 1.
Oh.
So yeah, that happened.
My pops just watched Episode 7 for the first time because it's on like whatever the pay channels. This last weekend, he's like, "Yeah, it was good." He's like, "I just thought it was kind of what they did with Luke at the end was he goes, I wanted Luke more in this movie." And he's like, he was only in there for a second. I was like, well, I guess they said originally there was supposed to be a lot more Luke in the movie, but they cut it all.
I'm glad there wasn't actually. There's probably going to be a lot of him in 8.
Mm-hmm.
The mystery of doing that and just having the new characters and everything be the focus of this movie was better.
I really hope 8 is all about Leia.
Did you hear about that book she wrote about
I was joking.
Talk about having an affair with Harrison Ford and everything during the filming when she was 19 and he was in his 30s? I'm like, pimp.
And he was a carpenter until he
What was that?
American Graffiti?
Yeah, it was the American Graffiti. It was his first movie.
Did you know in the movie The Witness, he does
No.
his actual carpentry skills?
I didn't.
No.
He demonstrates it. Well, because it's the Amish, right? So he goes there to find refuge and protection, I guess. Because I think, or no, is there a kid or something that
yeah
he was trying to protect, and so they went with the Amish, and of course he's helping them raise a barn or something.
Yeah,
just like in Kingpin.
Wouldn't it look real authentic?
Are you sure you just didn't watch Kingpin?
Yeah.
You want to get Munson in the middle of nowhere.
Oh.
Munson.
By the way, I know you were joking about the Leia thing, but if you did want to see like a between the trilogies thing with Leia, kind of closer to Force Awakens, just kind of a little bit more of the political history and her history with it, like why there's another rebellion and all that, is or whatever it's called, I don't remember now. Read the book Star Wars Bloodline. It's actually really good.
How big of a book is this book?
Regular novel size.
No. That's not going to happen. You can just tell me what happened.
Nah, it's not something you can really tell. It's just the history of it.
Give me the Cliff Notes version of that.
I don't know. Corrupt government.
There you go. Boom. I knew it. I knew it all along.
To a degree, like there's people getting divided over topics. It's political.
Politics. Oh.
You find out who the people are that are on the balcony, I guess. Or at least you do if you like read the book and then you look at the visual dictionary to see who was actually paired with the name.
Did George Lucas write this? Is it really canon?
It is canon. George did not write it though.
Is it fan canon though?
No, it's real.
Then who writes it and makes it canon?
It's real fiction. Well, they work with the Star Wars Story Group at Lucasfilm.
Okay.
Don't remember the author's name. I really like her stuff though. She wrote one other book for Star Wars, and it was Lost Stars. Those are two of the best new canon books.
Thankfully, it seems like my TV's not broken. It's the standby timer light that keeps blinking on. They say to unplug it for 60 seconds, which will reset the power, and it should work.
So sorry if I'm mumbling. I have no water left, and I'm tired.
I'm just trying to get through this Pokemon level here.
You can probably find an audiobook of these.
I gotta finish Ready Player One first. That's the next one on the list here.
So good.
Right now, I'm not very far in it because I got distracted by. Eventually, a whole bunch of podcasts got lined up, so I got pushed back for a minute.
I'm behind on every podcast ever.
I think what he just got. I think he got elected for he doesn't have to. He can go to a different school and it's all online, and he's doing it like out of like that van he found. That's all where I'm at. Not very far. He has the antenna going out of a van or something.
I don't remember.
Has it been 60 seconds?
Yep.
Plug it back in. Don't look at my underwear.
Sure enough, the whole audience here. You know what you just gotta do is tuck your T-shirt in your underwear. You look really cool. It's a real good look. Do people?
But only part way. You gotta look like Nathan Drake.
Yeah. So do
Or
you ever
whatever
see
that guy's name is in Shadow Complex?
Do people in Canada, because they like hockey, do they, tuck their hockey jerseys into their underwear?
Into the underwear? No.
Yeah, like in their jeans and their underwear.
That would be a massive tuck.
I've seen that look a couple. I've seen that with football jerseys a couple times. And I'm like, man, that is not a good look. What the fuck is this world? It's all these fossils. They're both mine. Super Nerd wants to fight.
All right, I think I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think I'm the only one not playing a game or fixing something with my ass to the screen. So,
all right, that sounds good. All right, guys. See you next week.
See you next week.
See ya.